Welcome, everyone, to the ABN Sports Report. One of our mini experiments going on as we get ready to kick off the month of April. The spring brings new sports, new opportunities to talk about our favorite pastimes from baseball, soccer, obviously motorsports well and truly underway. Football, we got the draft in less than a month. Everything under the sun. Playoffs getting ready to begin here over the next month between both the NBA and NHL. So we're going to try to speed run through it as quickly as we can, sort of grab the bullet points of all of the different sports going on around at least the United States here, if not a little bit beyond, especially in the world of soccer. For those listening in, welcome to the Sports Report. I'm Carmen Sienna. Alongside me to kind of help walk through the world of sports here, Eli Sasick and Nick Pressey. And we're going to start off with the pertinent sort of topic going into today, tonight, and tomorrow. Major League Baseball opening day. One game tonight. It is the Yankees at the San Francisco Giants. 14 games tomorrow to really signal opening day for Major League Baseball. The offseason is over. We've had the World Baseball Classic. In the meantime, how are we feeling going into the new season?
You want to go first?
Pretty good. A lot of exciting changes are happening in the MLB. We get the introduction of the ABS system this year, I believe. It's going to be super interesting to see how that plays out after being basically used in minor league baseball, I think, for the past 2 years. A lot of changes, a lot of new faces on teams, and will be interesting to see if anybody will challenge the Dodgers for the crown this year.
Yeah, as a Yankees fan, I feel like there's going to be a lot to look forward to this year as far as what we have to do. Garrett Cole's coming back from surgery. We're going to be getting we're still going to be having Cam Slater, right? It's if we can just get that postseason clutch that we had out of Aaron Judge last postseason, and get the rest of the lineup running with him at the same time, because the last few seasons has been one or the other. I think there's a lot to hope for as far as they go. Los Angeles is going to be hard because they've had a very nice offseason, and oh my goodness, getting Kyle Tucker is, oh man, that's hard. That's a lot.
And that kind of transition, of course, I'm a Cincinnati Reds fan, sort of in passing. Eli, so for those that maybe don't know, Eli Sasick is a Mets fan. Pressey is a Yankees fan, so we get to have that conversation throughout the year. That's going to be fun. Tonight is obviously, I don't know if they did this last year, but this is the opening night game is on Netflix tonight. It's obviously Yankees at Giants, excuse me. The current projected pitching lineup here, it's supposed to be Max Fried for the Yankees and Logan Webb for the Giants, is what it's projecting so far here. That is starting 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time on Netflix. You talk about the Giants being a hard battle here. Nick, obviously, being a Yankees fan, you got a lot of interest in how this game plays out here. What is the thing you're looking out of the team to see how they start off the season against a team like the Giants, which are going to be a threat in the West?
Well, my thing about the Giants is, Yankees historically have been very good against them, but last series, Giants kind of snatched their chain, and New York needs to get that back in the season opener here. I do think they could do it. It's just, Yankees are expected to be one of the strongest teams in the league this year, and San Francisco is expected to be in the midfield. So, or at least the upper midfield anyway. But and this is a game that they really just need to make apparent that there's no rust, there's no I know that we just had our whole preseason and all that, but these are the games that are going to start counting. The games start counting today. You want to make a statement being the literal first game of the season, first series. You got to go out there and you got to do business.
Spring training has obviously been going. I've been going on at least for a month and a half. Obviously, World Baseball Classic in the meantime has sort of broken things up here. Roster moves, they are frequent in Major League Baseball. They are constant. What are some of the additions you have been excited about, especially on the Yankee side going into the season, that you feel may help the team out a little bit in extending their chances towards the postseason?
The one I'm most excited about is Cody Bellinger. Huge. That's a huge pickup for the Yankees. I feel. It's just. And he will be there tonight on the roster. But if with him on the lineup, it's just I feel like that's going to be really good for our outfield. Um, so the thing is, New York already had a lot of very good pieces. Last season, they're kind of just running it back as far as they're doing. Like, they had a strong lineup on the offense. So a lot of it really is just going to be, protecting more of that, and beyond that, it will be honestly, if they, like I said, there isn't much they need to do as far as personnel. They just need to put it together. Excuse me for a second.
And well, Nick steps aside for a second. Eli, obviously, you're a fan of the New York Mets. They are hosting the Pittsburgh Pirates tomorrow. It's 1:15 on NBC and Peacock. Obviously, Paul Skeens playing against the Mets here. Freddie Peralta is expected to be the starter tomorrow for the Mets, if I'm not mistaken, here on this. How are you feeling going into the start of the season? Obviously, the Mets, one of those it seems like there's a never-ending hump that they've yet to climb over. Do you feel like there's been a good enough movement in the offseason to sort of have optimism that this year could be different on the Mets side?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty optimistic that they'll win the division at the very least and make it to the NLCS. They made a lot of changes. They let go of a lot of longtime players and players who were crucial to the core throughout the past few seasons that had helped them to the NLCS in 2024, where they lost against the Dodgers. I mean, Brandon Nimmo was traded to the Texas Rangers for Marcus Semien, who will be playing second base for the Mets tomorrow. Pete Alonso was let go to the Orioles. Edwin Diaz went to the Dodgers. I think that was the one guy that they wanted back the most was Edwin Diaz. That just didn't happen. And a lot of these really core pieces are elsewhere, but they got a lot of really nice core pieces to rebuild the roster. I mean, Marcus Semien, his best years are behind him, but he's a really good defensive stalwart and a leader in the clubhouse. Of course, we had Juan Soto. This will be the second year of Juan Soto, who is one of the best players in the game. Freddie Peralta as a true ace. Bo Bichette playing third base will be quite interesting. And a lot of these, guys have had good careers at one point or another and are looking to win. And I think another thing that we'll have this year is Carson Bench has been selected to the roster. He will be on the opening day roster and be the starting right fielder for the Mets. And he's one of the most exciting, I think, prospects that the Mets have had outside of the pitching. Like, we've had Nolan McLean, Jonah Tong in the pitching side, but I think for the past few years, at least since like Francisco Alvarez, he's one of the most exciting position player prospects. I'm super excited to see what he can do, especially this opening series against some really tough pitching. And Paul Skeens and I believe Mitch Keller is going for them at some point over the weekend too. So it'll be really interesting.
We'll revisit the Yankees and Giants in a second. Looking at how the Mets and Pirates line up, it should be Paul Skeens versus Freddie Peralta tonight on the mound. Um, Nolan McLean and Clay Holmes currently listed to be the series starters for the Mets. It'll be Skeens, Mitch Keller, and Bubba Chandler starting the series off on the Pirates side of things. Only one injury listed on both the Pirates and the Mets. You've got and it's a bullpen pitcher for the Mets. AJ Minter is on the 15-day injured list at the moment. He is the only injury I see listed there for the Mets. A little bit more serious for the Pirates. They have Jared Jones, part of their regular rotation, on the 60-day injured list. He will not factor into at least the first month of action here to start the season off for the Pirates. Injuries are going to be they're always a talking point as the season goes along. Obviously, you've got the 40-man rosters, you've got the constant changes moving between MLB, AAA, AA, the whole 9 yards there. Depth and development has always been a talking point, Eli. That being said, it seems, and this is an issue I think the Yankees have had as well to a degree, it seems like the development's not where people would like it to be on the Mets side of things. Is there signs that that's changing for the Mets side?
Do you mean like as far as like development for the prospects, or just overall development and as far as injuries go in terms of how they're managing the injury?
Prospects, like potential like
Um,
MLB prospects?
I think it's actually very much improved for the Mets. A lot of the guys that are projected to be, I think, real difference makers, not necessarily real difference makers, but contributors to this roster are homegrown rookies that the Mets have drafted, like Carson Bench, like Nolan McLean. Um, there's a lot of guys who are ready, waiting in the wings. I think we'll see more of Jonah Tong this year. Despite the rough time he had at the end of last season with his first cup of coffee in the big leagues, I think we'll probably see some other prospects like Ronnie Mauricio's not really been a prospect, but he's been somebody who has been kind of struggling with injury and somebody who can make an impact. I think you might see some guys like Ryan Clifford and maybe a AJ Ewing perhaps. So it's very, I think the pitching prospects have really done well. I think we'll see more of them. Like I think Jack Winninger honestly could also be somebody who would make an impression on the Mets. I think as far as the Yankees go, however, the pitching prospects have done really well for the Yankees as well. I think it's more of the same in New York. Cam Schlittler, Will Warren, I think has been pretty good. Luis Hill when he's not injured. It's just the position players that the Yankees have struggled with, like Jason Dominguez and Anthony Volpe, have not really had great MLB careers thus far.
It's something interesting to see how these prospects move up. Obviously, a lot of call-ups happen usually during the season. Obviously, once you kind of get a barometer as to where players stand and where you need to make improvements, that'll be important. Looking over the schedule, and we'll talk about some more teams coming down here. Obviously, my Cincinnati Reds play tomorrow. They are hosting the Boston Red Sox. That's 4 p.m. Eastern time in Cincinnati. The Mets open off the opening day tomorrow at 1:15. We mentioned that they are hosting the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Chicago White Sox, they start playing at 2 p.m. Eastern time, 2:10. It is the White Sox visiting the Milwaukee Brewers. The Washington Nationals go over to the Chicago Cubs. They will also play at 2:20 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, excuse me. Minnesota Twins, they are at Baltimore. That's 3:05 for their opening day in Baltimore. Cincinnati hosting the Boston Red Sox at 4:10. Another 4:10 game. It is the Houston Astros hosting the LA Angels. The Angels of Anaheim going to Houston there. San Diego hosting Detroit. Also at 4:10. 4:15 it is the St. Louis Cardinals hosting the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. The Philadelphia Phillies hosting the Texas Rangers. The Dodgers, one of the highlight games of the night. That's also at NBC and Peacock. It is the Dodgers hosting the Arizona Diamondbacks. It is going to be Zach Gallen on the mound for the Diamondbacks, and it's going to be Yoshinobu Yamamoto starting off the rotation for the Dodgers tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. And then the last game of the night, all the way on the West Coast, it is the Seattle Mariners hosting the Cleveland Guardians. So that is the opening day slate between tonight and tomorrow in full. I speak about injuries. It's not great for my Cincinnati Reds to kick off the season. We have a pretty harsh rotation. Hunter Green was supposed to be the starting pitcher for tomorrow's game. He is on the 60-day injured list, as is Nick Lodolo. So Andrew Abbott starting tonight. It'll be Andrew Abbott, Brady Singer, and then Rhett Lauder on the mound for this first series against the Red Sox in Cincinnati. Not looking great. Other injuries for the Reds. Caleb Ferguson, he's a bullpen pitcher. He is not available for 15 days, which hurts. So we are the pitching injuries issue that we had last season is already showing its head again this season. It's not great. On the bright side, all of our position players are good for right now. We have Stevenson as catcher, first base. Sal Stewart's expected to be the starter. Matt McLean is second base. Yeah, Cabrian Hayes, he is starting over Eugenio Suarez. At third base, Ellie De La Cruz, our superstar player, I would have to argue at this point. At shortstop over Matt McLean. Spencer Steer in left field. TJ Friedel at center field, and then Noelvi Marte in right field. He took over mid-season last season over Dane Myers and Will Benson. I would expect that there will be a pretty decent rotation, though, because Will Benson is the highest paid of the three by a pretty decent margin. So we'll see how that plays. Designated hitters, Eugenio Suarez is leading that list for the DH position for the Reds, but huge concerns on the injury side for the Reds going on this season. Obviously, for all three of us, we've all got at least one player injured already. But for the Reds to have three pitchers hurt and we've not even started the season is not ideal. And comparing that to the good old Boston Red Sox, they have they're not great. They've got two 15-day injured list pitchers with Cutter Crawford and Patrick Sandoval. They're oh wow. I just looked at their oh my goodness. All right, so their biggest injury is Romy Gonzalez, because he's someone that switched between all the infield positions. He's out for 60 days.
He's not necessarily their biggest injury. I'd argue their biggest injury would be more in their pitching. They have three starters out, and all of them are. Patrick Sandoval is probably the least concerning as far as it goes. He should be back quite soon this year. It says he was injured in 24 with a internal brace elbow surgery, which is one of the alternate Tommy John surgeries.
Yeah.
But Tanner Houck and Cutter Crawford are pretty big. Tanner Houck, I think, was one of their better pitchers last year, so they're kind of going with a they still have a really great pitching staff. I mean, Crochet, Garrett Crochet, Sonny Gray, Connolly Early, Ranger Suarez, and Brian Bello is a great rotation, but still some kind of harsh injuries on the pitching side, and they still have some really great flexibility in their lineup. I mean, Cedon Rafael can play all three outfield positions and second base. I think he can also play shortstop. And he's a great defender and he's really good on the base paths. And they have a lot of young guys coming up too. Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony is going to be a really good player. They got one more, Christian Campbell. He's struggled a little bit, but I think a lot of people still believe in him.
So we look at some of the injuries here. Obviously, Remy Gonzalez, 60-day. He is the longest injury time period here. Obviously, you talk about Sandoval and Crawford. They're on the 15-day list. They'll be back by Easter. Both of them will be. So they are not going to be out for too awful long. Gonzalez was put on the 60-day list for left shoulder surgery on March 12th. He'll be back on May 12th, if not a little bit after that, once they get him warmed back up here. Hunter Green, one of our big injuries on the red side of things. They put him on the 60-day injured list for right elbow surgery on March 23rd. So he's going to be out almost until June, realistically speaking. So not the most optimistic looking there at the moment, especially starting off the season as important as it is to sort of get things right here. Obviously, a lot of games to play, though. I think 162, if I have the math right in my head. I'm excited. So I love Aroldis Chapman. He's on the Red Sox right now. I don't think he has the arm he used to have when he was throwing the heaters all the time. But
He's still throwing 102.
he's okay. Okay. Cool. So that's gonna be cool to see because he was drafted by the Reds, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I know he was on the Reds for a period of time. I just don't remember if we drafted him or
He was signed
Yeah,
out
we drafted
the
him.
Dominic. He was signed out of Cuba, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, but we were the team that brought him in. He played from 2010 to 2015, or really 2016 with the Reds, and then we traded him over to Chicago to the Cubs, and then the Cubs traded him to the Yankees, and then he went from the Yankees to Pittsburgh, and then from Pittsburgh to Boston. So,
He was with the Rangers and the Royals for a time too.
yeah, 2023. Yeah. So I'm excited. I love him. He's always fun to watch. I wanted to ask Nick because he has some injuries on the Yankee side of things, but he's currently away. His pitching
No, I'm
rotation
back. I'm
is
back.
there. We go. Nick, we were talking about injuries. The Reds have a decent amount. The Yankees pitching rotation looks sort of like the Reds does. Three players on the injured list. Roldan and Garrett Cole on the 15-day list, and Clark Schmidt on the 60-day list. Injuries showing to be a little bit of a concern, at least starting off here. You also have Anthony Volpe on the 10-day list. He'll be back by Easter, no problem there. Are injuries going to be a concern? They were concerned for a lot of teams last season, starting off with 3 pitchers already hurt. Is that a concern for the Yankees?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rough start to the season. There's multiple Tommy John surgeries, like 3 pitchers having coming back from Tommy John's is a lot. And Cole, Schmidt, and Hampton. That being said, Volpe and Rodon are expected to come back. I guess around at least by June, like both of them will be back. Rodon is flirting with coming back at the start of May, but this first month of baseball, as far as the bullpen goes, having quite a few of our most important pieces being missing at the start, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt, and it may at least on the outside looking in, it may look like the Yankees will be on the down year, but I do have confidence that when these people return, especially Cole, that it'll be a game changer for the remainder of the season.
We get to follow along with a lot of these stories as they evolve here. Obviously, doing this weekly every Wednesday, we'll kind of see how things change here. That being said, before the season starts tonight with the Yankees at the Giants, we're going to start off with a couple of little important things. Obviously, it's all about the LA Dodgers and who can stop them here. For those that maybe are new to baseball or kind of floating around, sort of watching passively, what are some teams outside of the Dodgers that won the World Series last year? What are some teams that people should watch for going into the season?
Biggest one for me, and I hate that I'm saying this, would be Boston. They've done quite a bit of an overhaul to their bullpen as a late, and Roman Anthony guy could really be something special. But yeah, it's a young team. Even if they don't capitalize on what their potential is this season, I wouldn't expect them to go away for a while.
I think for me, I have two. I think first off, I think the Athletics will probably surprise some people. They have a really sneaky good roster with a lot of young players that could compete for a wild card spot. I don't think they'll win the AL West, but they'll definitely compete for a wild card spot. The pitching is not great, but their lineup is looking like really good. I mean, Nick Kurtz, Brent Rooker, Tyler Soderstrom, Lawrence Butler, Shea Langeliers. You got a lot of great players there. Jacob Wilson. There's a lot of great players in that lineup, and that could be a really sneaky good lineup. And I think one that people kind of have off the radar, but I think are still really good and probably the best team in the AL East would be the Toronto Blue Jays. I feel like a lot of people forget about them, but I think they are the team to beat in the AL this year.
Couple of really good picks there. I'm kind of looking throughout the list here and seeing what we've got. I think that Toronto is going to have a really good chance to go all the way back again. Obviously, Tampa, Boston, the Yankees, the Orioles. It's going to be a tight division there in the AL East. I think Toronto is. I was really impressed with what they were able to do. Obviously, we had an amazing World Series last year to sit and watch. I'm gonna go Blue Jays again. I want to see them do something magical. Um, I, I don't. Whatever it is, I just don't want it to be in the NL Central. If I'm gonna suffer, everyone else in that division is gonna suffer too. And I hate that Nick said that Boston's gonna do well because we open against them. God, that makes me so anxious. All right. That being said, one more piece in the baseball puzzle, and that is our way too early playoff guesses. We have to go and try to figure out. We're gonna make guesses here and see how they age. What do we think right now is going to be the playoff grid come September?
All right, I did this whole thing a few nights ago. I'll start with the AL first. I did a whole like standings thing trying to figure out who would be where. So playoff grid for the AL wild card, you would have Detroit as the 3 seed against the Houston Astros, who would be the 6 seed, I believe. Yes, the 6 seed. And then the Yankees as the 4 seed against the Houston Astros, which would be the 6 seed. And then my 1 seeds were the Seattle Mariners. Well, the 1 would be the Toronto Blue Jays, 2 would be the Seattle Mariners for the AL side. For the NL side, I think the 6 seed was the Chicago Cubs against the 4 seed Arizona Diamond. No, sorry. 3 seed Chicago Cubs versus the 6 seed Arizona Diamondbacks. The 4 seed Phillies against the 5 seed Padres, and then my 1 and 2 were 1 was the Dodgers, 2 were the Mets. And do you want me to go further than that? Because I had it all.
I mean, you don't have to go. Well, I just wanted to see what your
yeah.
Who is making the playoffs in your bracket.
Yeah.
We will save that for a different episode because that one I think will age like milk no matter what you guess, unless it's the Dodgers going all the way, in which case, wow, what a shocker.
Yeah. I don't believe Nick is here anymore.
No, I'm still here.
Oh.
He is trying to calculate who he thinks he's the 6 teams he thinks is going to make the playoffs for each conference or for each league going into opening day.
Right. Well, let's start with one that I feel like will be well. Obviously, we're gonna have our Yankees, right? That feels like it's gonna be pretty easy. But regarding the AL Central, um, Detroit. Detroit has to win the division this year. They came so close last year and they blew it. They squandered it at the very last second, 10 seconds at the buzzer, and they just threw it all away. And I do feel like they have everything in their power to not allow that to happen this time. But, it's just, man. Of course, like I said earlier, Boston should make it. Toronto should make it. It's I feel like Seattle should do it as well. New York will be eating good too, thankfully, for you, Eli, because the Mets will also should be there as far as the NL goes, along with their Phillies arch nemesis, if you will. I like Chicago making it, but let me see. I'm thinking Milwaukee should be fine. I don't know how confident I feel about. I just don't know how confident I can feel about Atlanta. I feel like Atlanta, I can do it. I wouldn't be surprised if it somehow doesn't happen.
I'm going to be, I think, a little bit more in depth on mine. I will walk through and I'll kind of pick out who I think are going to be the conference champions or the division champions here. We'll start with the American. We'll start with the incorrect league of baseball here. Blue Jays should win the AL East still. I think that's still going to be pretty straightforward. Obviously, the Yankees are going to try to battle that. They lost on the head-to-head against the Blue Jays last year. I don't see that changing. I feel like Toronto is just a better put together team at this point. I think they also did well against they didn't have as many injuries when it mattered the most, and I think that helps out a significant amount. They also put the Yankees down 3-1 in the playoffs when they played in the division series. So I'm gonna go with the Blue Jays to win the AL East. I think the Yankees still make it in. I don't think it's gonna be a tie on the record like it was this year or like it was last year. I think the Yankees still make it in.
Reminder.
Hey, it's facts, but I think that they still make it in, and that's what matters. You get yourself to the dance. You give yourself a chance here. The Yankees put down Boston 2-1 in the wild card series to kick off the playoffs last year. I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens. I do think Boston does make it in. There's not everyone made very equal level movements in the AL. It feels like there's not a lot of splashing and that went around, especially those for the teams outside of that top six. It feels like they did not make enough inroads to try to get in. The Guardians, I think, are frustrating. They're a team that doesn't look well put together. They just play well no matter what. I think that Detroit will win the AL Central this year, just because I think that Cleveland is not. If a team has regressed in that it's in the top six, it's Cleveland. But I do think that you look at Minnesota. I don't think they're not making any strides to get closer. I don't think Kansas City's made a lot of strides to get closer. And the White Sox were the basement dwellers perennially last year, the last couple of years. So I think Cleveland's pretty safe there. And the West, it's the Mariners. It's the Mariners, and it's not really close. It has to be anyone but the Athletics because screw Vegas. I'd be really happy to see Anaheim get in, but I don't see it happening. They've wasted so many players' potentials in Anaheim. I just don't see them making any inroads now. So largely, I see the AL kind of being the same as it was. I see Detroit winning the Central and Cleveland being a 5 or 6 seed team. But I see that rotation largely being the same right now, anyway. In the NL, I think the NL is going to change up a decent amount. I don't think the Braves are going to stay where they are very long. I think that they come back to win the East. I know people are going to be rolling their eyes at that. I genuinely feel like their slump that they had last year, as frustrating as it was an alarm fire. Um, this is a team that is used to being in the playoffs. They're used to being contenders for the pennant. Um, I think they're going to come back and win the East. Phillies won the East last year. I don't think. I think it's going to be close. I think the Phillies are going to try to keep it close. They're going to be in the playoffs. I just think it's going to be the Braves that get that one back in. Um, so Braves and Phillies will be in. I think. I think the Brewers are going to have the East again. I think Cincinnati's not making the playoffs. If we're already starting off the year on the wrong foot with the bug, and we did not spend in free agency at all. It was so frustrating to watch. So I don't think we make the playoffs again. I think the Cubs and the Phillies. I think it's a 2-2-2 across the board. Cubs in Phillies, or sorry, Cubs and Brewers in for the Central, and then on the West, obviously the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to be in, and I think the Giants have a chance to get into. It's going to be close. I think it's between the Giants, the Reds, and yeah, Giants, Reds, and I think the Cardinals will be in that conversation too. Um, for the last spot in the NL, the wild card. I just think the Giants, if they start off the year right, they've struggled to really get out of the gates. If they start off the gates right, it's going to be hard for them to be really overcome, especially with the Giants in their record against both the Cubs and the Reds. I feel like they're traditionally just really good. Um, I would love to see Cincinnati go back to back and make the playoffs twice in a row. But I know that if we do, we'll probably face the Dodgers again and just get swept again. So if that's what it comes to, and we know the Dodgers are the 3 seed, the Giants can have it. Have fun.
Out of curiosity, where do you think the Cardinals are going to finish in the NL Central?
The Cardinals, it's tough. It's tough because I think the Pirates are the worst team in the Central. Like legitimate, like I don't like Pittsburgh to begin with, so there is a little bit of bias that, but I just don't think that they're gonna be that great. I think the Cardinals, the Cardinals, I feel like have made enough moves, and their development program is a lot deeper than I think people realize. Having gone to a bunch of the AAA and AA games, obviously Columbus, Louisville, and everything like that, I've had a chance to see some of the underlying stuff. I think they have more flexibility than Cincinnati or Chicago. It's a battle for second. It's a battle for second between St. Louis and Cincinnati and Chicago. I think Chicago's got the advantage just because they have a better team like roster right now. Um, but we've seen how that doesn't really matter. It's how you adjust midseason. Um, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same as it was last year, where it was Milwaukee, Chicago, Cincinnati in that order, and then you put the Cardinals in fourth over Pittsburgh. But I also wouldn't be surprised if St. Louis beats. I wouldn't be surprised Cincinnati's fourth. I wouldn't be surprised if St. Louis ends up third and they take the last wild card spot. I wouldn't be surprised at all with that. Um, and if things go right, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cubs also struggle and St. Louis just has a chance to sort of just jump all the way to second. Like it leave it to Cincinnati teams to be in one of the divisions that have an absolute dogfight. It's that way in the NFL. It's that way in baseball. Like if it's a Cincinnati sports team, they are in a dogfight no matter where they're at, and this is going to be one of them. It's a battle for second. I just don't think the Brewers are touchable in the Central.
I
Obviously,
I think the Cardinals will finish last in the NL Central by quite a bit. I
I
think the Pirates
I
are just better.
I
Pittsburgh.
I don't see that way. But who knows? It's all Calvin ball anyway. But I would, yeah, I see the Cardinals. I see the Cardinals surprising people this year. I would not be surprised. They play Tampa Bay to open off the season, so I guess we'll find out if Tampa Bay puts if Tampa Bay goes to Applebee's on them, then it's probably not a good omen. But I would not be surprised if we get out of this first series and they are at least 1-2 or 2-1.
I think Tampa Bay is a better team than the Cardinals, but I think the Tampa Bay is in a weird spot because they're a good team in a really good division. So I think if they were put in the AL, so if Tampa Bay was in the AL Central or the NL Central, they would be like a top 2 team, like easily. I think they would be able to be one of, like, they would be in wild card more in division contention than they would be if they were in the NL Central or the AL Central. Like, I think if they were in the NL Central, they might be in like a wild card spot or at least closer to one.
Yeah, there's a couple of divisions that are like that. I feel bad for Tampa because if I'm not mistaken, aren't they returning the Tropicana this year?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean I feel bad for them. Like they're in a not fun place to be. Trying to look through, yeah, because they're in the same division as the Blue Jays and the Orioles and the Red Sox. God. I mean, hopefully they're not last. Hopefully they beat Baltimore. Hopefully. Yeah, and that just sucks. It's just the East is so stacked. It's so stacked. It's been stacked, I think, the last couple of years. I think because Toronto's not new to the top of the board, and Boston and the Yankees, they've sort of been trading blows the last 20 years, 30 years. So
yeah, I think they're the best division by far. I think I wouldn't be surprised if all their teams go over 500.
yeah, that's a good shout. Unfortunately, only at most 4 can get in, and I don't think you're going to see that, especially with the AL Central being the Cleveland and Detroit show. We'll end off the baseball topic with what is the strongest division and what is the weakest division in baseball right now?
Strongest would be AL East.
Yeah.
The weakest would be, I think, the AL Central. It's either the AL Central or the NL Central. I'd lean AL because I think the White Sox are still not great. Minnesota is not good. Kansas City's not quite there yet, and I think you're gonna hate this, but I don't think Cleveland is. I think they're kind of past it.
They've been past it. They're one of the teams that should be rebuilding, but they haven't.
I think Detroit is like just a clear away favorite. Like, I think the AL is probably the weakest. The AL Central is probably the weakest, and it kind of sucks because a lot of it isn't necessarily like their fault, but they should also be like. There's a lot of weak teams there, and I mean Chicago's still rebuilding, but I don't know if they're making quite the right moves. And Minnesota just did the 11-player fire sale last trade deadline, so it's going to be really interesting just to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota gets last in that division.
And Nick, what do you think? Strongest division, weakest division?
Let's see here. Strongest division. I know the weakest division is going to be AL Central. Like, I'm sorry, but Detroit, like, after what happened with Detroit last year, I just gotta say that they might well be the weakest division. Like, there's a whole lot going on with the teams in that division all the time. It's just, oh man, what do you even do with them? As far as the strongest division, I'm gonna have to go with our good old faithful NL West. Except for the Rockies. The Rockies have single-handedly ruined everything. If you can ignore the Rockies, they're a good division. I promise.
It's sort of like it's sort of like what? So I remember, so when I first started watching baseball, it was sort of that way with AL Central, except for the White Sox. White Sox are normally always bad. Um, the AL Central, like I remember prime Guardians. It was the Guardians, the Royals, and the Twins were all in that conversation every year. Now they all are, but it's a battle. It's a battle of midway for those three. Who do we think is going to be the wooden spoon? Who's going to have the worst record? Is it going to be the Rockies?
Yeah, it's gonna be the Rockies.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry. They don't they just. I wish to see the day where they do everything right, but it just hasn't happened.
Just remember, Colorado still has a baseball team, and Oakland doesn't.
That is true. That is true.
That is the rough part. Is that Colorado should have been the one that probably relocated. Instead, it's the Athletics that are relocating.
Screw it. Give New York another baseball team.
No, it's a rule of two. Rule of two, all the time.
Rule of two.
Yeah, it just like with Star Wars with the rule of two. It's the same way with sports teams. You have two. You get two teams from every major league.
Rule of two. What are you?
In basketball, you've got the Knicks and the Nets. In
Yeah,
soccer,
in
you've got New York
California.
City. You've got New York City and the Red Bulls. In football, you got the Jets and the Giants. I mean, it's not like both are any good.
Kind of.
New York has so many teams; they have to give the rest of them to California.
Yeah. But New York is literally the rule of two. Every major sports league, they have two teams.
New York Rangers, New York Islanders.
Yeah, New York Rangers and Islanders, the Yankees and the Mets.
You're just pretending the Sabres don't exist.
I mean, we didn't say Buffalo Bills either.
That's not. I'm talking about New York City. I'm not talking about the state of New York. Because if I talk about the state of New York, then yeah, you open up to the Sabres, you open up to the Bills. I'm talking about New York City proper. Like I'm talking about the largest city in the U.S.
Right.
You get two teams for every major sport. That's just how it is.
And people still want me to play favorites. I know we talked earlier about how Eli's a Mets fan, but I'm a Mets fan too. Man, because one of these discussions I end up having constantly with people who like live in other cities talking about sports teams, like, no, you must pick one. I'm like, I watched Seattle lose their basketball team in real time against their will. I'm not playing favorites because I don't want to risk that.
If the Mets or Yankees relocated, it would be a firestorm, and I don't want to see that one. And we'll leave it there. Obviously, opening day tonight and tomorrow. If you're a baseball fan and you're listening to this tonight, before the Yankees and Giants game, let us know your thoughts, predictions for the upcoming baseball season. And for those watching this on YouTube, feel free to use the QR code on your screen to join us on Patreon. A lot of stuff coming up here. Obviously, podcasts coming up. We have Beyond the Driver's Seat with Christina Ryan coming out tomorrow. The unedited version is going to be exclusive to Patreon. You'll get the 1 hour edit on YouTube tomorrow as well. And a lot of just extra cool, fun stuff. We did March Madness. We'll do fantasy football. Overall, just doing some fun stuff all the way through here. So we hope you join us. And we move on to our next favorite pastime. And this, I think, is where we're going to get a little bit more heated. We get to talk about motorsports. So,
oh no.
A quieter weekend last weekend. So obviously, really, the only thing going on was NASCAR at Darlington. We had trucks, Xfinity, and Cup at Darlington. The big talking point going into last weekend was the power increase. NASCAR announced in the preseason that for shorter ovals, there would be an increase of power from 670 to 750. Darlington was the first large track to see that power increase. We'll see it again in Martinsville, as well as at Richmond and Bristol, coming up here in very short order here. So the first question of the day, and we'll see sort of we'll see where everyone sits on this. Was the power increase 750 enough to make Darlington more appealing?
It definitely demonstrated a marked difference from what we had in the past when we had the 670 package. there was a lot more overtakes. In fact, if I remember, there was a statistic that was put out that said it had the most overtakes since the spring race had returned.
Yeah.
So, very clearly, I don't know if I can attribute that solely to the horsepower. Obviously, the staggered tires that wore out really quickly played a big deal. This huge drop in rear downforce. But from what I understood, it was a blast to see the cars at full power. I don't want to say full power because we know that 750 is not the limit of these things, but compared to what we had before, it definitely seemed very appealing. Only one lap under 30 seconds, surprisingly, the entire race by the combined field, done by Wallace on lap 2.
Yeah, that was fast
Overtaking.
off of the race.
Yeah. 29,999, right there, just the ever so slightest shade under 30. But as far as I'm concerned, I enjoyed the race as far as the parts of it that didn't involve Hamlin Sports Clip Car bludgeoning Wallace's race for like the 5th time in like 3 years or something. I don't know. But from a more objective stance as far as the quality goes, yeah, I had a really good time watching that race, more so than I would say Darlington's in the past. Maybe the best Darlington race I've seen since they got rid of the old package when they brought out the 550, and everyone said that kind of sucked.
I have no opinions because I was not able to watch this race. I had something else going on, and it kind of sucks because it was what I was looking forward to. But from what I saw, it was pretty good, pretty exciting. Tyler Reddick one, which is like, okay, I guess we're having one of these years at least so far. And I'm pretty excited to see. I forgot where they're going next. I believe it's Martinsville. So I think it'll be interesting to see because do they have the same package at Martinsville? I forgot. Is it still 750 or are they
I
going?
think the tires gonna be different. I think the power, it's gonna be the same power. It's gonna be 750, but I don't know about the tires. Because
I'm curious how it's going to work at Martinsville. I will say that because it's going to be a lot more. They'll definitely use up a lot more tire, but depending on the tire difference, it'll be certainly interesting.
Yeah, the next couple races there'll also be on the 750. It'll be Martinsville and then Bristol coming up after that. So I'm torn. I am torn on this. Do I think more power is a good thing? Yes. Like IndyCar right now at the hybrid, they're producing about 900 horsepower. I think when you add power, it makes it fun. I feel like people are looking at the wrong statistics though. Passes aren't the be all end all from motorsports. Especially with most of the passes that happened, they weren't really battles for position. It was just sort of, your tires are gone. I'm gonna go ahead and go by you now. We didn't get a lot of straight up battles on Sunday. It was just a matter of drivers on different strategies. Drivers that either were just pushing hard or drivers that were saving to run late. Like, you didn't see a lot of like straight up fighting on Sunday. Um, I still think the Xfinity cars or the O'Reilly cars are the most fun to watch right now because you do see them actually battle it out more often than not. But also those cars are just built a lot different. I would love to get to a point where we have the 750 package and we actually see fighting, like actual like on track duels, the actual like battles for position that last multiple laps, and the sort of battles that capture the imagination. Um, I don't think we got a lot of that, and I think that's going to be a struggle to figure out this year. Obviously, we're not going to get a lot of the bigger races, like Kansas is the next race after Bristol, and that's a 670 still. Um, I would love to see both more power and actual on-track battles. I think this was a good first step. I think tire wear needs to be a more prevalent thing consistently, and I think Goodyear's working on getting there because I think, again, everything about Darlington was a good first step. I just feel like everyone's sort of jumping the gun too early on how this race played out because we didn't see, like, it was late stage Gen 4, but like we want I think all of us are hoping a little bit more for like the early stage Gen 4, like 2001, 2003 sort of racing, where whereas we got like the 06, 07, 08 Darlington instead. Um so there's room for improvement. But I definitely think more power is certainly an increase. It just I don't want I don't want people to be confused about the idea that, like, hey, we got a whole bunch of passes. Yeah, like there's a bunch of passes in F1 too. We'll talk about that in a second. Doesn't mean they were all good. They weren't good. Uh, so we got to keep perspective on it. Um, but I think a good first step at Darlington. The Cup Series obviously won by Tyler Reddick. He has now won 4 of the first 6 races of the season, which is a concern. Jeff Gordon holds the record for the most wins in a season, which is at 13. Reddick is already at 4 in 6 races. There is now a very, very good chance Tyler Reddick sets the record for most wins in a season if this trend continues. Do we think that trend does continue? Obviously, Martinsville, Bristol coming up. 2 chances for some wild cards to sort of come into play. No playoffs, so it's not winning you're in. Um, do we think that new faces do come up and challenge Reddick, or is 2311 just really, really good?
I think
Um,
it's.
oh,
I think
you go
it'll
first.
be. I think it's going to have. They'll probably take step backs here and there. I think we're getting into more of the short track kind of area of the schedule with Martinsville and Bristol. So it'll be curious to see where the speed is. They had some speed at Phoenix. I think Tyler Reddick won that race as well, right? He was pretty good, but the other cars weren't as great. Um, it's hard because I think with the next gen you're gonna see a lot of more. You're supposed to see a lot more parity within the teams and how uh, competitive each team is really down to the drivers and the systems around the driver, and kind of how they set up. There's not much with how their equipment is, like not much difference. I think you'll probably start to see some more drivers come up through the field and be like, really good. I think there's been a few that have been like up there at the front of the field. Like William Byron. I think he's been pretty good this year. I mean, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott has had some really good runs. So it's going to be interesting because I think we're going to start to see more of those parity. I mean, Jack Gibbs has had quite a few good runs here too. So I think it's just kind of a matter of time before we start to see more of the parity that we have seen in past seasons, especially as we get into more of the short tracks and then some more road courses.
And as fun as it would be to watch Tyler Reddick continue doing this, because let me tell you, it has been very amusing both watching the events take place in real time and the fallout on social media, of course. It should be noted that as far as the last few years have gone, Martinsville is not a strong track for Tyler Reddick. You know, he's only got 3 top 20 finishes in the last 3 years there. He's got an average finish of 19th, 0 top 5s in that span. So I feel like we're gonna need if this run that Reddick is on is legit, and we are in for something as crazy as what we've seen the first 4 races, or first 6 races sustained throughout the year. Martinsville is going to be the biggest test as far as if that's what we're going to end up with for this year.
I think I kind of agree. I think Martinsville and Bristol are both going to be, I think, blips on the radar for 2311. I think Roush Fenway Kozlowski Racing, I think that they are, if we're going to see a consistent challenge to 2311, it's going to be that group. They were really, really, really good at Darlington. Kozlowski finished second. There was a point where all three of those Roush Fenway Kozlowski cars were in the top 10. Busher ended up finishing in ninth, and Ryan Preece ended up 13th at the end of the day. But they have been the ones consistently challenging 2311 all season long. So I think if you're going to see a team step up to the plate and challenge that 2311 crew, it's going to be RFK. That being said, I don't have a lot of weight in the short ovals coming up. Bristol, Martinsville, and Bristol coming up. I think it's going to once again be the 2311 show. When you get to Kansas, like Talladega is going to be an interesting race to see how that plays out. 2311 has a plate track package. We know that now, but they've not been bad even when they haven't gotten those results. Like they've always been contenders, but just how it is. It's going to be difficult. Reddick is going to be especially with the new format with us back to the chase. It benefits Tyler Reddick so much. It benefits several of the Toyota drivers so much. Like Bubba's been up there. He's still top despite his bad race on Sunday. He's still top 3 in points. Denny, obviously, I think should be a really good shout there. Reddick, obviously, we know how he's been this season. He's been sort of unbeatable. Toyota is going for everything. They want everything this season. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be fun to see. Obviously, Hamlin won at Las Vegas. Blaney won at Phoenix. Penske runs Phoenix like it's no one's business. I do think one of the RFK cars win at Martinsville. I would put a lot of money on Preece. I think as far as who grabs the win there, either at Martinsville or Bristol. He is I think the short track ace of that group, and he's top 10 in most laps led since the Gen 7 car came out at Martinsville. So put some money on good old Ryan Preece for that.
Of the 3 RFK cars, he does have the best average finish the last in the same sample size of races that I just mentioned for Tyler Reddick, and it's not even close.
Ryan Preece I think is going to be he's been slept on I think long enough. I think he's going to step in and be a huge factor here. The O'Reilly's Auto Parts Series and the Craftsman Truck Series also raced at Darlington. Not as much to write home about in the O'Reilly Series or the Truck Series. Justin Allgaier continues the JR Motorsports streak. They have now won 4 in a row. Austin Hill won at Daytona to kick things off, and then Sheldon Krieg won at Atlanta. Since then, it has been JR Motorsports all the way through. SVG won at Circuit of the Americas. Allgaier won at Phoenix and at Darlington. And in between, Kyle Larson won at Las Vegas. They also have Martinsville coming up as well. And then there is a Rockingham, which is going to be a lot of fun, I think, to watch. It was fun to watch them last season when they returned to Rockingham. But yeah, JR Motorsports doing JR Motorsports things. Joe Gibbs Racing second and third. Brandon Jones and Christopher Bell finished second and third. Larson was fourth in the O'Reilly's race last Saturday. Carson Quaffle also top 5 there, and then Corey Day finished in 6th for Hendrick Motorsports. Allgaier currently leads, I think, the point standings in the O'Reilly Series, but with Alex Bowman out, he's also pulling double duty racing in the 88 car, or sorry, the 48 car for Hendrick Motorsports in the Cup Series over the next few races. So we'll see how that pans out for him going through there. The Craftsman Truck Series, Corey Heim won at Darlington on Friday over Ross Chastain and Christian Eckes. A little bit more wide open here. They don't have quite the calendar as the other two. Last time we saw them race was the end of February in St. Petersburg. Lane Riggs won that race. We will see them again in Rockingham in a couple weeks. They will race at Rockingham with the O'Reilly Series back to back. So Bristol is Cup Series only on Easter weekend, if I'm not mistaken. No, they're off. Never mind. Excuse me. They're off for Easter, so they race April 12th
Yes.
at Bristol.
That's when they're like only off weeks.
Yeah. So Easter weekend, Friday and Saturday, it is the O'Reilly series and the truck series, April 3rd and 4th. Again, not a lot to write home. No one watches the truck series for the points battle. You're watching them to see how they junk them up. That being said, Corey Heim, race winner, he's been the talking point.
Somebody put him in a seat in Cup, please.
That's been the talking point. Who's gonna put Corey Heim into a seat in the Cup series? It seems like he's not gonna be an Xfinity or an O'Reilly series driver. It's gonna be either he stays in trucks or he just moves up into the Cup series. Riley Herbst has his own charter with 2311. That's how that car exists to begin with. And Toyota doesn't have a lot of.
I have a
theory.
Jimmy Johnson said that they're adding a third charter in 2027. Legacy Motor Club is. That might be Corey Heim.
I mean, you'd imagine like there's not a lot of Toyota drivers that are in the running. You'd imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the Willie or won't he? The only downside with Corey Heim is that he has no sponsors, and money makes the road go round. But I agree, he should be in Cup at some point. We literally have Riley Herbst and Cody Ware in a Cup Series car. We can find a way to get Corey Heim in. That being said, now we get to talk about a couple series that were off last weekend, but are going to be active again this weekend. So let's kick it off. Big talking point, F1, new regulations for 2026. 2 races down. Race 3 is coming up here at the Japanese Grand Prix in Suzuka. Some really good paint schemes coming out, as should be the case. I think Haas released a Godzilla paint scheme. Racing Bulls have a sort of a Sakura tree sort of vibe with their car for this weekend.
Yes, and Mercedes decided to be edgelords.
Mercedes decided to design the front wing and nothing else. So, I mean, it's whatever. But the regulations, obviously a huge talking point here. The regulations, a lot of power for the hybrid. They called it a simplification of the powertrain regulations. I would call it a cluster. A lot of interesting things. It seems like they are aware of the issue and have put together an idea on how to fix it. For those that don't watch F1, I'm assuming going to be most people watching or listening to this podcast. With the current F1 regulations, there's about 1,000 horsepower being produced by these F1 cars. Only 550 of it being produced by the internal combustion engine. The rest of it is being produced by hybrid. Well, with how the hybrid deploys, because it's a simplified system, it all deploys all at once. And so these cars get to insane speed super quick, but when they run out of energy, they start like their speed decreases. And drivers have had to try to manage, quite literally trail braking, to build up energy in the hybrid system to try to keep power in these hybrid motors. And the F1 management team have sort of been like, well, we may have to adjust how much deployment those hybrid motors actually give off at one time. Why they didn't just look at the LMP1 regs of 2015, 2016 and said, we could improve on that, beyond me. Drivers, for the most part, don't like it. It's very polarizing for the fans. For the casual fans, they see a lot of passing. They think it's a great thing. For the diehard fans, are like, what in the world is going on? What are your thoughts? We've had 2 races so far, Australia and Shanghai, the Chinese Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. And what is the expectation for Suzuka, a track that has notoriously been not a passing-centric racetrack?
We're betting our whole lives on Ferrari. Yes, we are betting our lives on Ferrari.
You got a mouse in your pocket?
I'm a Ferrari fan, and I would not bet my life on Ferrari.
Wow. I'm gonna. There's a dark joke there. There's a really dark joke there. I'll go ahead and bet my life on Ferrari. Sure. Let's go ahead and do this. Bet. Ferrari, don't let me
Sorry.
down. I'll get cancer if you don't.
They will.
Right.
I mean, the joke is I've already got cancer, so like.
Oh yeah,
Right.
Now a lot worse can happen.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess this time, if they feel Eli will get it this time. Anyway, so
Ooh.
I've
already got autism. I don't know how much. I mean, it could get worse.
Everyone's soul but mine.
Autism didn't save me, buddy. Autism did not save
me. Everyone's soul but mine. On everyone's soul but mine. Anyway, so no, the thing is, Ferrari's got their Ferrari. It seems to be the team that manages to. They've got the best starting, and frankly, in my opinion, they may well have the best engine as a whole. And a big part of that is the aforementioned starting, of course. But you're right. This is a track where it is pretty hard to pass. I don't know how the new super clipping, as they call it, is going to affect that, but
3 wide in the 130R. Take it or leave it.
3 wide in the 130R. Yeah, we're not betting our lives on that one.
There's so many crashes that have been through 130R just in the off season, in Formula testing and everything. Like, are we concerned that like we're going to see something catastrophic in Suzuka, like in 130R? Because we've seen like 4 flips already in that corner this year.
Honestly, I wouldn't even say 130R. I'd say turn 1. Turn 1 because of just how much you have to let off for it. Like the differences in how people probably approach this whole super clipping thing, like I just mentioned, is gonna be a buzzword for the rest of the year. I swear.
Oh, 100%. It's just like the porpoising was when we had that.
Right. And somehow, once again, at the center of it all is Mercedes.
It's just like it's literally just like 2014. It's like you have the new power regulations come out, and it's Mercedes and Ferrari all over again.
Right.
Like,
I'm
surprised how bad Red Bull is.
I'm not.
Like, I know they don't have Adrian Newey. Like, not that it's helping Aston at all right now. But like Max Verstappen looks so bad right now. He is just not adjusting at. Usually, this is a guy like you give him a car and he drives the wheels off it. He just does not care right now. It's surprising.
Yeah,
these regulations. He just doesn't like them. It's very clear that he's not in it. Like his heart's not in F1 anymore. Like he does not enjoy these cars or the type of racing it produces, and quite frankly, I can't blame him. Because Red Bull doesn't look good. Like as you said, they don't look good. I mean, let's see, they're 5th in the constructors standing so far. They've had 2 retirements. Hadjar, the first race, he wrecked coming to the start line, didn't he? Or at the start,
Hadjar,
I forgot.
Hadjar had a mechanical failure.
He blew up the engine like 2 laps in. Yeah, it wasn't 2 laps, but
he wrecked in Australia last year when he made his debut.
Yeah. I'm mixing up the years. He blew up the engine. I don't know what happened. I didn't watch much of China, but Max Verstappen, I think he had a engine go down too in China, didn't he? Was that the reason, or did he just wreck it?
Verstappen, he had some sort of electronic issue.
Oh yes, I remember now.
In China. So yeah, they've had a retirement every race. I would have to check the points. But
they're 5th behind Haas.
Yeah, Haas is top 4 right now. But Haas has looked good. Like Haas has been building like.
Haas should be above Mercedes. Not Mercedes, McLaren. McLaren has been saved by the Chinese sprint because they've only had one race start, a full race start, and it was a 5th place. Oscar Piastri has not started a full Grand Prix. He's only started a sprint.
Yeah.
McLaren is honestly surprising how horrible they've been.
It's surprising, especially when they have the same Mercedes power plant as Mercedes and Alpine, and Alpine's been surprising too. They had a double points finish. Oh, sorry, they were in line to have a double points finish until Ocon killed Colapinto in China.
No, they had a double points finish.
Oh, he recovered. Cool. I didn't remember if Colapinto had gotten back to the points or not, because they were 5th and 6th, and then
Yeah, he finished
Ocon
10th.
Ocon tried to dive it into turn 3 against Colapinto and killed both of them. Ocon put his hand up for it, so maturity for Ocon on that one. Thank God. But yeah, it's strange how bad it's Mercedes and Ferrari, and then what normally would be Formula 1.5 is just Haas and Alpine and the McLaren if they start, which is like we have we have been deprived so much of fighting these opening 2 rounds because McLaren just not been there and Red Bull's not able to keep it there. Red Bull have qualified poorly all season so far. McLaren qualify well, but Ferrari don't rely on them. Like Ferrari has the ability to mess up their strategies and still get 3rd and 4th, which I would argue they banked on having anyway, because I don't think they have the long run pace to match Mercedes right now.
Ferrari could have won Australia if they
Yes.
didn't mess up the pit strategy, which I mean I'm not
They messed it up twice.
surprised, but
They messed it up twice.
yeah.
That being said, Suzuka is not a passing centric racetrack. I think if Ferrari's going to break through and grab a race win, it could very well be this weekend. I don't know if it's going to be Leclerc or Hamilton. Leclerc was the best of the two at Australia. Hamilton got his first Ferrari podium last time out in Shanghai. Both of them are traditionally really good at Suzuka. So I don't know. I think it's going to kind of just depend on how qualifying goes as to sort of who's got the preference there. We do know that they have the best starting procedure of all 11 teams. So if they get if one or both of them get to the front by turn 1, bye, see you later. It's gonna be very like, I'm not the biggest fan of this current generation F1, but it is entertaining, and I at the very least it's entertainment that that keeps me intrigued this season, because it's drama. It's all drama. That being said, all of that is on Apple TV. They moved off of regular TV, so they're on Apple TV's streaming service platform. And it's Suzuka. I'm always going to watch Suzuka. Now, especially now that they're not dealing with monsoons every year now. I'm happy they made this change, having Suzuka up near the front of the season. That being said, Suzuka is the last race before May for F1. For those that have not followed along with the real world or watched the news, the military engagement in Iran has resulted in the Bahrain and Saudi Arabian Grand Prix to be canceled. F1 has since clarified that those races are canceled. They are not postponed. They are not racing those races this year, because where would you schedule them? So, and obviously, depending on how long this all goes on, it does put the Qatar and Abu Dhabi Grand Prix at the end of the season under question. Questions that will be getting louder and louder as the year goes along. So we won't have an F1 race for a while. Suzuka coming up here is going to be the last race until Miami on May 3rd. So over 5 weeks without an F1 race. So welcome back, spring break. We have spring break, and then we have spring break in the summer, but after the Belgian Grand Prix. It is the Mercedes kind of 1-2 show. Russell and Antonelli, they are top of the points board for the Drivers' Championship. Mercedes leading the way in the Constructors. After 2 races, we'll see how Japan plays out here. The Japanese Grand Prix, for those that want to watch on Apple TV, it is 1 a.m. Eastern Time, lights out. That is for the Japanese Grand Prix. And then we get to move forward to IndyCar. IndyCar coming up here. 4th race of the season coming up at Barber Motorsports Park. Our esports stuff has already been to Barber.
Yeah.
You didn't have a great race, huh?
Some of us had good times. Some of us did not. Eli got a podium. I failed to finish. Nick finished a lap down. That being said, Barber's a fantastic race for real-life IndyCar. In a season that has seen Alex Palou show that he is 100% human. Should be a very interesting sort of fast here. IndyCar is starting its best season ever. I will refrain from the hyperbole too often much, at least since the reunification in 2008. First 3 races, St. Petersburg, Phoenix, and Arlington. First time since at least 2008. I've went back as far as 2005, and I couldn't see this. The first time that all 3 races to open up an IndyCar season have been viewed by over 1 million people. 1.4 at St. Petersburg, 1.25 at Phoenix, 1.36 million at Arlington 2 weeks ago. Huge for IndyCar. I think viewership ratings aren't the be-all, end-all for most things. It doesn't matter for NASCAR because they'll get billions of dollars no matter what. For IndyCar, though, it's a huge sign of growth. Obviously, F1 no longer on TV. They're on Apple TV. IndyCar races are all on cable television. They're on Fox. Big deal going into that. Kyle Kirkwood leads the championship. So we actually have a championship battle. Alex Palou crashing out at Phoenix did not help and finished second to Kirkwood at Arlington after winning at St. Petersburg. So very interesting to see how this all sort of shakes up and gets into Barber, a track that Alex Palou traditionally is really good at. The thoughts of the first 3 races of the IndyCar season so far?
Go ahead.
You can.
Go ahead.
Kyle Kirkwood is a dog, and Christian Rasmussen was incredible at Phoenix. I think we actually have, we have a championship battle, which is nice because I think a lot of us, at least in the last few years, have been used to just complete domination by Alex Palou, and he's looked great. I think St. Petersburg, he was a classic Alex Palou race, but he's never been really great on the ovals. Phoenix was a little bit more of that. Had an incident there. Arlington, I thought, was going to be another case of Alex Palou domination, and Kyle Kirkwood was just incredible into the final stretch. I mean, I wasn't able to catch the last few laps, but the move that he made it was like the final turn of the
turn 14. Yeah.
Turn 14 was incredible. Like I didn't see that coming from a mile away, and he made it work and was just a heck of a move. I think everybody was rooting for. I'm not gonna say everybody, but Christian Rasmussen's run at Phoenix was one of the best things I think I've ever seen in a minute out of IndyCar. It was a really incredible run from him, and there's been a lot of great on-track action. There's been a lot of parity in the results. Like Joseph Newgarden is 3rd in points, and he's got a 7th and a 15th in addition to the Phoenix win. It's kind of incredible how different all of the finishes are. Like the 2 most consistent drivers have been Pato O'Ward and Kyle Kirkwood, and it's been just kind of an incredible season so far, and I'm super excited. I think IndyCar has the best racing out of any racing series, at least in America, and including F1 out of anything right now. It's been quite incredible to see, and I can't wait for Barber because I think that'll be another excellent race.
Going close to the other end of that of the standings table, but first sticking in the midfield, 2 drivers who have been on a bit of a slide this year so far. Scott Dixon and Will Power incidentally tied for points by way. They're tied for 11th. been surprising to see those two, particularly Dixon, starting off on the back foot. Given the strong performance that CGR tends to have pretty much everywhere. But I knew that Willpower and Andretti was going to be a bit of an adjustment phase. I am happy to see, however, that there is someone taking the fight to Kirkwood. That's right, not to Palou, and it is Kirkwood, because last year it was also Kirkwood that was putting his best foot forward against Palou in the early stages of the season. That being said, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the Rookie of the Year battle. Mick Schumacher is breaking my heart. He's currently last.
Realistically, I don't think we expected Mick to do well in his first season. Like, his first oval was his first finish. He got taken out because Stingray Rob has no talent in St. Petersburg, and
yet Stingray Rob still has 2 more points than him.
Well, yeah, because
barely.
Stingray. So remember, Stingray Rob got to finish St. Petersburg. Whereas
ahead of Willpower and Scott Dixon, who both wrecked out.
Like the crash that took out Ferrucci and Mick at St. Petersburg did not take out Stingray Rob. He went a couple laps down, but was able to keep going. Like, that's the only reason why.
Yeah, it's just we saw that it really, especially at the Phoenix round, it felt like we were seeing flashes of what he would probably be capable of on an oval, at least in qualifying, and then race time came and he kind of just disappeared. And it's and the other 2 races he hasn't been very visible either. So right now he's last in the Rookie of the Year standings. He's last in the point standings as a whole. Mm-hmm. Somehow only 1 point behind Nolan Siegel. The poor lad.
That's the bigger question mark, I think. Mick Schumacher being 25th in points, not the be-all, end-all. This is the first time he's raced a car without power steering in his career. Like, we need to... there has to be, I think, a reasonable... He has not raced a car that has been no power steering, 900 horsepower through the steering wheel in his life. This is a car that does not have the downforce of an F1 car. This is a car that is heavier than a GTP car.
What? That doesn't sound right.
It is. It's not by much, but it is.
Right now is over 2,000 pounds. Yes.
Right, but like a GTP is 1,000 kilos, bare minimum, like 1,030.
Give me 1 second here.
It's heavier, but not by much. They're very similar because they share a similar power engine, at least power unit. Like the Acura GTP has the same power unit, or a very similar one as the IndyCar.
Okay, so the difference is 155 pounds between IndyCar and GTP. That's the official number.
Right.
So, but either way, he is in a car that is way different than he's ever driven before, at tracks that he has never visited before. Kyle Collette has been to all of these racetracks. He was in Indy Next. Dennis Hauger won Indy Next at all of these tracks last year. He is the only driver that has no experience at any of these. Had never raced on an oval until Phoenix. Qualified well, but qualifying, you're on your own. Just keep it pinned. Do what you can to keep it pinned. In St. Petersburg, his first ever IndyCar race. Like, if we're blowing the alarm after 3 races for Mick Schumacher, when we're just now blowing the alarm 3 years into Nolan Siegel's career, we have priorities wrong, I think.
He had a good qualifying at Phoenix, too. Like, fourth for an oval on the first time on an oval is incredibly good.
I think, like, let's be real. Mick Schumacher's going to take some time to adjust. I think his best results coming at Indy GP. I think his best results going to be at Indy GP because that was the first track he tested on. That is the track that he has the most familiarity with. I think his best result will be there. Rahal, remember, he's also driving for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. Let's be completely real here. That is not a top tier team. Like, let's remember, Louis Foster, who is in his sophomore year, is 19th in points, just 16 points above him. Graham Rahal is 16th in points, 20 points above him. They're not great right now. That just is how it is. Rahal has a top 10. He finished 9th at Phoenix because he is the elder statesman on the ovals in IndyCar. But like, let's not pretend that he's on. That's not pretending he's not Nolan Siegel. He's not at McLaren. He's not at Ganassi. He's not at Penske. He's not at Andretti. He is in a mid-tier team that is rebuilding, and it is his first season at all of these tracks. Period. He has not raced any of these tracks coming up ever. He has tested at a couple of them. He has never raced them. Let's pump the brakes. He's not going to be Rookie of the Year.
I think Mick is going to be best on the purpose-built road courses. So Indy GP, Road America, Mid-Ohio, Barber.
I think
the
stuff forward, yeah.
Like tracks like that, I think are going to be best. He's going to struggle on the street courses because of the no power steering, and of course he's going to struggle on the ovals. He's never raced an oval in his life. A lot of these guys have experience in ovals, whether it be through Indy Next or the other thing. Phoenix was his first ever oval race, and he had a good qualifying. He just wasn't great in the race, which I think a lot of people expected. I think he'll be really good at Barber and these other tracks. Maybe not necessarily top 10, but he'll be top 15, top 20.
So, yeah. So Dennis Hauger, he is the truth. Dennis Hauger is someone that F1 lets slip. 100%. Like, the fact that Nolan Siegel's in that McLaren right now and not Teo Pourchaire makes me so sad.
Yeah.
Because we could have Hauger and Pourchaire. The truth would be so real. I would be so here. Siegel, I don't think's finishing the season. I legitimately doubt he's finishing the season.
I wish I'm a McLaren fan and IndyCar. I'm a big Petto Award fan. I wish that they kept Teo Pourchaire. I watched him race at Detroit in, I want to say it was 2024. He looked really good. He looked really good on the street courses there. And Detroit's not the most technical street course. I mean, that straightaway is very long. It's the longest on the calendar bowl, at least before Arlington was. It was at the time. He looked really good there, and I kind of wish that they kept him. I don't know if Nolan Siegel. I don't know necessarily if he's going to stay the full season or not. I kind of lean that he will, just because of money or whatever. But I
don't think
it's not
you
looking
need that
good.
Money now that the lawsuit's done with Alex Palou.
That makes a lot more sense. I think, but part of it is also like, who are they going to get to replace him?
That is the next question. That is the brilliant question I think comes up here, because remember, they pulled Siegel from Indy Next to pull him in. So I have a feeling they could do the same thing to find his replacement. Here's reality, right? Siegel is there because he has money. He was there because it helped McLaren's case. So the whole reason they didn't go with Pourchaire is because part of McLaren's argument in court against Palou over the contract stuff was that they couldn't find another driver of his caliber to bring in. Which is also why they let go of Pourchaire. Because Pourchaire was punching above where they hoped he would. So they were like, oh, we need to find someone who's not going to be that great. And Siegel fit the bill. That's how that all came to be. Pourchaire is now racing in WEC. He's part of Peugeot, so he's off the radar altogether for IndyCar. Happy he's got a full-time ride. Happy it's a factory gig for Peugeot. But upset that I'm not going to see him in IndyCar anytime soon. That makes me so sad. Yeah, Siegel, I feel like he is in huge problems, though. Like, he's not going to make it.
I was about to ask who McLaren's test driver is in Formula One, but I realized it's Paddle, so I don't know about that.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like, so realistically, they're going to pull from Indy Next. That's realistically what's going to end up happening, is they're going to pull from Indy Next. You look at Max Taylor, you look at Nikita Johnson, you look at someone like that. I think Enzo Fittipaldi, if you're looking for someone that has a little bit of money, a little bit of backing, Enzo does. Enzo Fittipaldi does. If you're just looking for a driver to kind of put in, Max Taylor, I think, would be top of the board. I don't know if you'd give up a championship season because there is a scholarship in play for the Indy Next champion. But you look at someone like Enzo Fittipaldi that I don't think is going to be a championship contender, but has money. Or you pull in someone like a Pietro Fittipaldi, who's the Haas F1 test or Cadillac F1 test driver now. Like, possible. It's all possible. But I would say realistically, like, you're pulling someone from Indy Next or from F1 as a test driver. Who is their test driver actually?
For who?
I know Pato's one. I
Pato,
think they
and
have two.
it's an Italian guy. I forgot it's like an Italian dude. I forget. I don't know what he's raced before.
Keep
I
trying.
really heard.
Hold on, I'm looking. Okay,
It is.
So they've got several. They've got Pato Award, Leonardo Fornaroli, who's an F2. Gregor Saucy. You've got Richard Verschoor, who's an F2, I think.
Yes, he's in F2 or F3.
They've got a full roster of test drivers for F1 that if
Where are
they
you
wanted
seeing
to
this?
pull him in. The McLaren Racing website.
Oh, website. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, because it's like you've got the drivers, leadership team, the management team, and then you've got their reserve and development drivers. So you have to scroll down a little bit. They also have Nick DeVries.
Yikes.
I don't know about that.
I
like Nick, but
okay, your options right now are Leonardo Fornaroli from F2, Will Stevens, or Nick DeVries. Take your pick.
Screw it. Put me in, coach.
Your neck will last 5 laps. We cannot handle the G-forces.
It will be a great 5 laps.
For you, not for the team. But yeah. I
feel like you gotta take from somewhere else.
It's got to be from Indy Next. It's either that or Super Formula. 2026 Super Formula.
Somebody's notables in Super Formula. I forgot who. Is it Jack Crawford? He's the guy that wrecked at 130R. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure.
Jack
in
Crawford
the flip.
does not have a seat.
Was it? It wasn't a Japanese guy. I know that. It was a.
You were right. It was Crawford, but he was testing and they didn't sign him.
Oh, he was testing. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't sign him because wow, you're fucking dog shit, dude.
Honestly, screw it. Bring back Pascal Wehrlein.
Wehrlein is not leaving Formula E. He is making bank in Formula E right now. Wehrlein is a made man right now in FE. Your options in Super Formula are not high.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's not. I mean, you Kamui's not gonna leave Toyota. There's like nobody else. Like Iwasa's got the Red Bull backing, so he's not going to do that. Kakushinota is Honda. You'd have to pull from a Toyota, but like Zach O'Sullivan, I don't think you're going to do Zach O'Sullivan. Sacha Venestraz, no. You're not taking Matsushita.
You're not taking Charlie Vertier. No. Like, you're not doing that. Like, there's not a lot of options unless you take a swing and a miss here.
You're gonna have to take a swing on like Igor Fraga or Juju Noda or like one of the lower. Yeah. So like
when they poached Nolan Siegel, they poached him when he was 6th in points in Indy Next. I think if you're gonna poach somebody, you poach someone like you poach somebody that has experience. And I think
Miles Rowe.
He's a Penske guy.
Is he?
He's part of, he's funded by Penske.
I don't know.
He's funded by Penske.
There's
That's how we
I
did.
I guess the only other like. Wait, see. Let me look at the because Nikita Johnson is with RL in IMSA.
Yeah. But yeah, you look
I
at
guess it would
someone
be
like
Max Taylor.
If Andretti
Max
lets him go.
Taylor's Andretti though.
Yeah, if Andretti lets him go. Which I would assume they would because you have like your
You
number
have
one
no
pick
space.
your number one pick right now is Dennis Hauger. Like that's your
Yeah.
number one guy. Like Marcus Ericsson, unless he goes out and he wins races, he's done. He is done. Like Dennis Hauger's got that 28 on lock right now, unless Ericsson goes and like wins a 500 again. If he wins a 500 again, then maybe you extend that coin contract for an extra year. But like for a fact that either Will Power's retiring after in 3 years and Hauger's going into that car, or you're replacing Ericsson next year. Either way, Hauger's a made man right now. Max Taylor, I think, and that makes it difficult because if Max Taylor wins the title, he's got nowhere to go. Also, Max Taylor's 18, which is rough.
Yeah, no, I think you want somebody that's at least 20.
Well, Siegel's 21. I think Pietro. If you're wanting to take a swing, I think Pietro Fittipaldi would be the right choice. He's a sim driver for Cadillac at the moment.
The other hard thing with McLaren is that they don't really have a endurance sports car thing yet. Like I guess they have like customer teams, but they don't have like anything like Honda does with Acura in IMSA. So it can be kind of hard to take. I don't know if they have like the partnership with RLL and IMSA because RLL they run McLarens in IMSA, but I don't know how deep that is.
Yeah, I don't know either. I really don't know either. Like if you wanted to like look like again, I think you look at someone that is currently not in a car at all. If you're not looking at NX, because you do not you need to and it brings us back to the Mick Schumacher conversation. If you're wanting an improvement, you need someone that has got experience at the tracks.
Yeah, especially on the ovals.
Especially on the ovals. Fittipaldi fits that bill. As much as I hate saying his name, Devlin DeFrancesco also fits that bill.
Who's the Linus Lundqvist?
Linus Lundqvist also could fit that bill. Yeah, if you're trying to replace Siegel and you need money, Fittipaldi. If you're just replacing Siegel and you don't need money, Lundqvist be on that list.
I guess the hard part about taking somebody from Indy Next is that they only go to 2 ovals a year. It's Gateway and Milwaukee.
Yes.
It's not.
But in comparison, that's most of the calendar. And you're not worried about Phoenix at this point. You're not worried about Phoenix at all.
Yeah.
And the Indy 500, you have so many test days, that's not a factor. Like literally.
Oh, they go to Nashville too. I'm stupid. Never mind.
Yeah, but like you also like in Indy 500, like we had a rookie last year on pole.
Yeah.
Like let's like
you could take IOT.
Oh, Callum would be a good choice. Yeah,
you could go IOT or Schwartzman. I don't know where they finished though. I think IOT was. I rate IOT higher than Schwartzman.
Well, yeah, Eilit's got more experience.
He finished last year in the standings. He finished 21st. Schwartzman finished 24th behind Siegel and Foster.
Yeah, so you if you're looking for the best available option, Eilot would probably be it. The question is if he's still under contract with Prema. Because we don't know
whatever Prema's up to.
Yeah, I don't know at all. Because the most recent understanding was that they were going to do a partial schedule. They were going to try to do Long Beach. It'd be Eilot in that car. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I don't think, and Eilot did race with McLaren. He filled in
He
for
didn't.
the
Yeah.
Lucas.
Yes.
That would actually make the most sense. Now that I look at it, Ilott would be the best. Like if they still have both Schwartzman and Ilott under contract with Prema, you can just take Ilott because you're not running two cars at Prema. I don't think you even have the staff to run one at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think they're running at all. But like you can easily just grab them.
I don't see it. I think that would be a pretty easy buyout.
Yeah.
On a contract.
If there's a buyout at all, because right now you're concerned here because the 6 car, Siegel's car, is outside the leader circle, which is where you get an extra like $1 million. It is currently outside the leader circle cutoff. Like it is like Siegel is behind the 26, which is Will Power. Will Power did not have the greatest start of the season. Behind Caio Collet. It is behind. Literally, he is in trouble right now. Like you have to make a move at some point. I feel like if he does not improve by the time we get past Indy, he's out. He's gone. It is a problem for Siegel. It is bad news. And he's the only one I think that's under question right now. Stingray Rob, he's for Juncos. Juncos need the money more than anything. McLaren don't. Like, McLaren need results. Mick Schumacher, I think, is fine. He's on a multi-year deal anyway, so he's not going anywhere. And I think that Rahal, I think that RLL, they know that he's going to need a full year to jump in and get used to the tracks. I think Barber will be a step up for him. I think he'll struggle at Long Beach. I think Indy GP will be his best run of the first 6 races. But like we talk about Christian Rasmussen, right? And how electric he's been. He's 22nd in points.
I think he should have gotten a better position at Phoenix.
He should have. Both him and Will Power both should have, but they didn't. And
and that's somehow it goes. I think sometimes you got to look at more the quality of work instead of the result. So like I think he had a quality run. He was by far I think the favorite for a majority of the race to win Phoenix. He was by far the best car. He was by far the best driver that day. Just didn't happen. And there's a chance that if the results don't come, he's might be out.
I don't.
But
think
he's
so.
also pretty young, isn't he? So he might still be solid.
Rasmussen's not going anywhere. Carpenter loves him, and the sponsor loves him. Java House absolutely adore Rasmussen.
Yeah.
Like that same like Rossi is not going anywhere. Like they're both made right now at Carpenter. They're both secure. Plus Rasmussen won last year.
Yeah, I forgot about that. He won Gateway, didn't he? Or was it Milwaukee? Yeah.
He won the second Milwaukee race last year. He is a made man. I think that I'm not gonna the world's not on fire, but like let's be completely honest, Rasmussen is lower than he should be. Schumacher's not gonna be down there forever. Stingray Rob is perennially always down at the bottom of the board.
I think Grosjean will get better results too.
Grosjean will get better results. I think Collette's overperformed compared to where he should be. I think. I don't rate Foster that highly, but he's also in Rahal, so I think that's sort of mirroring, miring the results a little bit.
Kiffin Simpson has not been great.
He got a podium last year. His first podium last year. Okay, let me kind of keep in mind Kiffin Simpson. I did not know this about Kiffin Simpson. He's 21.
Yeah, he's still pretty young.
Yeah, he's 21 years old. Like, and reminder, that's the same age as Siegel. And Siegel's been racing a lot longer than Simpson has. So like, Simpson's not in a bad spot. Like he is the third Ganassi driver, and he has not needed to have to step up too awful much. Also, he has some of the coolest looking cars. So
yeah.
I think Simpson will be okay. I think he's sort of in the Charlie Kimball position, where like you don't need to be the man on fire. You just need to like you're the backup plan. Like if we need points, you're gonna get them for us, type deal.
Yeah, don't kill the car, basically.
And he's good at that. He's really good at not killing the car.
Yeah.
One of his only DNFs last year was when he didn't start because the hybrid failed at Indy. So yeah, I'm
I'm
not
actually kind
worried
of
about
curious. Did Louis Foster have any other DNFs? Oh, he had Gateway. Louis Foster was like, he's middling. Because I'm thinking about this, I was like, I'm trying to remember the because I go to Detroit Grand Prix every year. I was in the building right next to the runoff where Louis Foster had the issue where the suspension snapped.
Yeah.
And he's had some good runs. He might have. How old is he?
Foster
22. He
is,
might.
yeah, he's 22.
So he might still have some time to develop. I'm pretty.
It's so hard to tell because again, he's on Rahal.
Yeah.
Like this is, and Foster won the Indy Next Championship in 2024. So like he's not a scrub. It's hard to tell because like he finished 11th twice. He did that Indy and Road America, but he's not had a top 10 yet. So
imagine what Hogger would be doing on a team that wasn't named Dale Coyne.
Dennis Hauger,
like
again, and Hauger again already has a top 10 in his career.
Yeah.
Like I said, as soon as I saw Dennis Hauger join the Indy Next Grid last year, I was like, he is going to be a beast. Like he is the guy the F1 grid let slip. And there's so many of those guys that I wish that they would take a chance on IndyCar. Like imagine if we had gotten Felipe Drugovich instead of him sitting and wasting away at the Aston reserve seat for 3 years. God help me. That would have been monstrous. Because he is electric. But yeah, Dennis Hauger, he is someone that has. I was worried because I was just like, wow. I was worried because like he's one of those guys that also had never done ovals or anything like that, and it just did not matter at all. Like he went in Indy Next, he finished third at Nashville. I don't think he won an oval race, but like he finished second at Iowa, finished third at Nashville, second like he took to him well. Like he finished podium, all of them.
Yeah.
But obviously he's a road course menace. He's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races, and he only finished outside the top 10. Or he only finished outside the top 10 once, Laguna Seca. He only finished outside the top 5 twice in Indy Next. And you just couldn't touch him.
He might rival, once he gets into better equipment, he'll probably rival Palou for like one of the best road course racers in the entire series.
Yeah. Like, and that's why I'm not going to sell Kaya Collette short because Collette finished second last year in Indy Next. Collette had 3 wins last year. Like the right to Indy Next drivers got called up from last year. With Collette going to Foyt and Hauger going to Coyne. Also remember that Coyne has access to Andretti Tech now as part of that deal. So it's not just like, oh, he's on Dale Coyne, but he's on Dale Coyne with access to Andretti telemetry and Andretti parts. That's a pretty big deal, especially for Coyne. That definitely need it. The cool thing is that Coyne didn't need to hire pay drivers.
Oh no, they don't have any because they got Dennis Hauger and the other
as a sponsor. But yeah, they were able to go and they looked at the 2 best drivers available at the time, which was Grosjean and Hauger, because they didn't know where they didn't know where Callum Ilott was going to be. They didn't know any of that stuff. They went at the 2 best drivers that were not spoken for at all. Hauger is going to be outstanding. Yeah. I think Grosjean has said that this is his last IndyCar deal. So give him a proper send-off. Give him a proper chance to go out and grab results. I'm excited to see what happens there. I think Dennis Hauger is the truth. He is everything that is pure going into this season. Top 10 to St. Petersburg, 15th and 16th, Phoenix and Arlington. I think he lights it up pretty well at Barber this weekend. Keep an eye. He's going to get a top 10, I think. I'm looking forward to seeing how that pans out. Yeah, the season's so like we're 3 races in. I'm just like, wow, Kirkwood is leading the way, and I'm just like, it's Alex Palou's show at Barber.
Yeah,
It's just how it's going to be. But that's the funny thing because we're going to go to Long Beach, and Kirkwood's going to have it right back.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting points ballot. As a award fan, I want to see him get into it more, but I'm afraid that it'll probably just end up being Award and Newgarden on the ovals, Kirkwood and Palou on the road courses. Maybe you'll get a random, Christian Rasmussen or like a Scott McLaughlin win here and there.
I am very curious on how the 500 is going to go. Especially with some of these new faces coming in. Like, I think Will Power, his 3rd place at Arlington, I think he has sort of recalibrated a little bit now. I'm curious to see how Barber goes. Will Power could be a threat everywhere. If that 3rd place begins to be the norm, I think he's going to be an issue.
Yeah.
But the issue is that Alex Palou has figured out Indy. He has figured out the 500. So
oh yeah,
that is going to be a problem for everyone to figure out. But then again, we said that about Scott Dixon, and he's only won that race once, and that was 18 years ago. So I'm just mad that Palou, because of the whole McLaren saga, Palou would never go to F1. So whatever happens, he's still going to be an IndyCar driver for the next 2 decades.
I think that might actually be better for IndyCar.
It's better for IndyCar,
It might,
but like, God damn it, dude. Also,
we were
Palou
close.
is 28.
He is, yeah.
He's gonna be here for so long. Like, Palou's gonna be the barometer for everybody because Newgarden's 35, Palou's 28, Kirkwood is, I think, 27.
Pado's 26, McLaughlin's 30 something.
Newgarden,
Malukas is like 23.
McLaughlin's only 32.
Yeah.
The future looks bright. It's just the future is very Spanish.
It is
Spanish
incredibly Spanish.
I think someone I want to keep an eye on is Malukas.
He's looked good.
He looked good at Phoenix.
Where did he qualify at St. Petersburg?
Because
he had a tire issue, didn't he?
At St. Petersburg, he got a blocking penalty.
I don't remember that.
Because he chopped somebody off, and he did get a flat tire, but because he chopped somebody off at turn 3.
Yeah, he qualified 5th.
Finished 13th. He finished 13th in St. Petersburg. But that is a team that is expecting all of its drivers to win races. After how embarrassing the last 2 years have been, like, their ass is on fire at Penske.
It's just how many races are they going to have opportunities to win? I think you can always, Newgarden's already got one, and you can always count on him to win, on an oval, but yeah, Malukas and why am I blanking on the other drivers? Scott McLaughlin, like, how many chances realistically are they going to get? They'd have to really bank on something happening to Palou, and then you've got Kirkwood, and
you look at Long Beach, you look at Indy. The next 2 races where, like, if you can beat Kirkwood in qualifying, because Kirkwood has not been invincible in qualifying. He won Arlington, but like didn't have pole position. That was Ericsson that had pole position. Kirkwood wasn't even front row for that race. And Kirkwood is not as good as I think. I think Malukas' best chance is Indy. I think
the 500 or the
500.
GP. Yeah.
I think McLaughlin. I think McLaughlin has a better chance. He's got a good McLaughlin. I think is the leader of that team right now at Penske.
He's got to be. It's either him or Newgarden.
Well, so all the personnel went to McLaughlin because McLaughlin and Newgarden are both in contract years this year, which is an important part of the conversation that people sort of have buried recently. McLaughlin and Newgarden, their contracts are up this year.
Yeah, Newgarden's not been great on the road courses for a minute.
No. But he hasn't needed to be. Also, he's a multi-time world champ. He's a multi-time IndyCar champion. I don't like if there are 25 drivers in the field. 13 contracts expire at the end of the year.
Yeah,
that's nuts. The information I had to kick off before the season started was that Newgarden was practically already done with Penske. Which is nuts. It is insane. Because I couldn't have imagined that. McLaughlin, so remember, Cindric came back. He was Newgarden's manager.
Now he's McLaughlin's.
He's on McLaughlin's box now. That is not by accident.
No.
That is not by accident. At all.
That's going to be, it'll look a lot different because if they both have expiring contracts, and it sounds like if Newgarden is done, they're probably going to re-sign McLaughlin if he can get them the results.
Yes. If McLaughlin, I feel is a lot safer as a pick.
Oh yeah, 100.
I wonder where Newgarden goes. I do wonder where Newgarden goes in that situation because I don't know. Kirkwood re-signed. He just re-signed a new deal. Power's got a 3-year deal. We know what the Ericsson situation looks like with Hauger in the wings, so it's not going to be Andretti. Does he take Nolan's seat at McLaren?
I think that's the most obvious, glaringly obvious. I don't feel like he's going to do.
It depends on what McLaren does. If McLaren replaces Siegel mid-season, maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do with that, but I do feel like Newgarden is out of Penske. I feel like they are rebuilding at Penske right now. Now, his win at Phoenix could change things.
Yeah.
But we also saw that didn't help Will Power at all when he won last year.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Christian Lundgaard's deal reportedly is up as well. So McLaren have a couple openings potentially that they have to make sure they have shored up. Lundgaard is 7th in points. I feel like they're going to resign him because
I'd love for them to resign him because he's somebody that I really liked at RLL and I think it was a good pickup.
Yeah.
I think the only thing is that I feel like I don't know if Newgarden fits into McLaren. I feel like if you're McLaren, you have to be signed like somebody that's probably a young guy because I think Pato O'Ward, even though he's only 26, is probably the leader of your team at this point, unless you want to go for more. But it's hard to say what McLaren wants because they're very
cagey.
Weird.
They are very cagey. I don't know. Again, they want results. They want results more than anything right now. Because they want to be part of that echelon. They want to be a part of the Team Penske and Ganassi and Andretti group. And they aren't. They just aren't in that group. They want to be in that group, and Newgarden's a 2-time champion of the series. I feel realistically, yes, their MO is they're going to hire younger drivers. It's not helped them. They've not become contenders. Pato O'Ward's Pato O'Ward. But you're still not touching Polo right now.
Yeah.
If Nolan Siegel is that much of an issue, I don't think you've got a choice. You've got to find the best driver available. If you're not going for Callum Ilott, you have to wait the rest of the year for Newgarden. And then you throw the bank at Newgarden because he's going to have the experience to help that team build. You need to hire someone that has experience to help that team build to the next level. Pato O'Ward doesn't know how to do that. Lundgaard doesn't know how to do that. You found these drivers from lower teams. They picked up Pato Award from fucking Carlin, and they grabbed Lundgaard from RLL. Like you're not you haven't found drivers. You're not finding drivers to build.
I guess the one thing is that McLaren, they never do the thing that seems like the most correct.
They don't do the most
or the
obvious
best.
choice.
Yeah.
But I do feel like experience matters. And if you're wanting a race winner, if you want a proven champion, and especially if there's any question marks, like if you don't know about if Pato could do it, if you don't know about if Lundgaard can do it, Newgarden is going to push them hard.
Yeah.
Because they don't. So and it's very clear that McLaren do not care if the drivers get along.
Oh yeah,
because
no, they don't.
Lundgaard and Pato do not get along. They don't vibe at all. I wonder. I genuinely do wonder if that's one of the biggest moves that's coming. Is if Newgarden's going to McLaren.
Yeah.
And Penske could resign him. I mean, he's won a race already this season, and he was the worst of the Penske drivers last year. So they could resign him. They could just be like, you know what? We've righted the ship. Personnel's intact now. We're good. And they'll just do the boring thing and resign everybody. In which case, it just makes it easy for Callum Ilott to replace Nolan at McLaren. But like, some question marks there. But that's Barber this weekend. Obviously, Pelot, Kirkwood will be in the conversation a big time. Pato Award, he's got a top 5 finishing streak right now. He's finished 4th or 5th every race so far. Keep an eye on McLaughlin. He enjoys Barber a decent amount here. I don't think Malukas will do quite as well, but we'll find out. Keep an eye on Mick Schumacher. He could have one of his best results at Barber. Natural road course thing's going to help him out a lot. This is a track that also recently was repaved. So we'll see how that plans out. It'll be the smoothest road course he's been to in IndyCar so far, by far. But a lot of stuff to shake into here. But that'll do it for the motorsport section, I think, here. I think we got into a pretty heavy tangent on the motorsport side of things with IndyCar. What series do we watch the most, I wonder?
I watch all of them, so
it's going to be interesting to see how all that plays out. Again, motorsports this weekend are going to be very jam-packed. NASCAR at Martinsville, I'm not sure I'm tuning into that race. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a fan of Martinsville.
I'll try to, but I don't know. It's gonna be odd because it's I have a lot of stuff.
I'll stay up and watch Suzuka, and then I'll watch Barber, and then I'll take a nap.
That's probably what I'll end up doing.
That's
except without the nap.
Well, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'll be watching more baseball than anything. So
no hope from either of you.
It's not so much that I can only fit so much racing into my day, especially when I have to broadcast both Saturday night and Sunday night. Like, it's not going to be the most easiest thing in the world. The Japanese racing season start in April. We got Easter weekend, Super Formula starts up, and the week after that, April 11th and 12th, it is the Super GT season from Okayama. They start up there. I cannot wait for that. That's going to really fuck up my sleep schedule. I cannot wait for that.
It's going to be. I haven't really watched the full Super Formula season or Super GT, but I'm heavily considering it because they put on some great racing. The Super GT cars, especially the GT 500 cars, are incredible.
They are so good. I'm so pumped. MotoGP is underway. This was something that sort of grabbed my attention at one point. They raced in the Brazilian Grand Prix in Londrina, and the track broke apart. They had repaved that racetrack, and it broke apart by the end of the weekend. Which was
we've had that before.
Not great. Marco Bezzecchi, he's won both the race in Thailand and Brazil. Their next race is Circuit of the Americas, and that is this weekend as well, in Austin. And then they have a spring break all the way until April 26th when they go and race in Jerez over in Spain. One of 1, 2, 3, 4 races in Spain.
That just takes me back to when they repaved Sonoma, and the track broke apart. I feel like that's been happening a lot more recently in motorsports.
I feel
Just
like they've
track
changed,
repaves
the
gone
blend.
wrong.
They've changed
Yeah.
the asphalt blend, and it's not sticking. But also, if you've not seen the MotoGP bikes, they are quite literally F1 of motorcycles. The amount of downforce those motorcycles produce is wild. It is insane.
Yeah.
Those bikes are ludicrous, and I love them so much. Also, Trackhouse is in MotoGP now, so they've been for a couple years.
They have been. I don't know how great the roster. I mean, I kind of pay attention because it's Trackhouse, but Ayagura seems like he's a pretty good rider, and maybe Raul Fernandez is. They're both top 10 in points, so.
So yeah, you've got 22 bikes in MotoGP. Let me look and make sure here. Yeah, Trackhouse, they are part of the Aprilia gang. Aprilia they supply 2 teams. Ducati supply 3. Honda, KTM, and Yamaha also all supply 2 teams. Let's see. So Raul Fernandez and Ai Ogura are the 2 drivers for Trackhouse. I need to.
I believe Ayagura won Moto 2 in like 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
That makes sense to me. They are 6th and 7th. Ogura is 6th. Fernandez is 7th. Ogura has finished top 5 both races. Fernandez finished 3rd and 10th in the opening 2 races. So, Marc Marquez, he is in 5th ahead of them. He retired in Thailand, but he finished 4th in Brazil. So, get some fun stuff there. And Aprilia, because Aprilia is also they've got the factory team. They are top of the board in the constructors in MotoGP because they've won both races with Bezzecchi. Jorge Martin is 2nd in points for that team as well. So Aprilia's factory team, pretty well lightning, but Aprilia apparently just has it put together because all 4 of their bikes are top 10 in the points. Woo. But they also MotoGP has the most fun calendar. There's so many tracks on this calendar that I wish
so
was
many
in iRacing.
Cool tracks on that calendar. I mean, they got Malaysia, Assen,
Sepang, Assen. You've got Shang Circuit in Thailand. You've got the Bugatti Circuit. I don't know why iRacing doesn't have that.
I don't know why they don't have the Bugatti Circuit. They're adding. They go to they don't go to Paul Ricard anymore. But we're getting Paul Ricard.
Yeah.
Brno.
Yeah, Brno.
Oh, we got Sachsenring Ring. I don't think I said that right, but
Sachsenring.
Sachsenring, yeah.
But yes, we do have that. That is a great track to drive on. It is a very underused racetrack. They've got Thailand with Chang or Buriram, depending on how you want to say it. Goiânia. I said Londrina. It's Goiânia for the Autodromo Internacional Ayrton Senna. You've got Austin. You got Jerez. The Bugatti Circuit. You've got Barcelona, which we already have. Mugello. Balaton Park in Hungary, the newest Hungarian circuit, is up and running now. After forever, they tried building this track twice. So they initially tried to build the Balaton Ring. So there's a giant fucking lake in central Hungary that they tried to build this racetrack around. They tried to build it the first time on the southern end of this lake, and they ran out of money. So then part of the development team, they just took it to the other side of the fucking lake.
That's incredible.
And they actually ended up building it because the amount of money that was needed for the circuit the first time around was 200 euros, or 200 million euros, I should say, which is 245, 250 million dollars. But that was right before the 2008 financial crisis hit. So the Latin Park circuit, it is graded for FIA grade. It's actually FIA grade 1. Oh shit.
Oh, really?
I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, it is FIA grade 1. It is FIM grade 1 as well. That's exciting. So Hungary now has 2 grade 1 racetracks. For those that are wondering why that's important, F1 only races at grade 1 racetracks. So does WEC, I learned. So that's fun. But Latin Park, I'm excited to see that race again. I think it raced last year, and it was a wild race. I think there was rain part of the race too, which is fun. Brno, this track should have been dead.
Yeah, I
It should have been
remember this vaguely.
because it was initially sold, and then it was sold again. And the new company was just like, we're just gonna keep it going. It's gonna take too much to repurpose it. But yeah, initially it was sold with the idea that it was gonna be redeveloped into.
It's a very old track. Dates back to the 1830s. Well, the original layouts.
I say so. That's all. That was when it was street racing. The actual road course, the actual like permanent road course that we know, 1987.
Yeah.
So, but yes, motor racing and Brno in the Czech Republic or Czechia has been a thing forever. Brno, it's right there. I think there's another track in Czechia that I'm not remembering. I think it's Autodrome Most.
Oh yeah, I think it is Most.
I think it's Autodrome Most. I was thinking I almost thought it was Grobnik, but Grobnik's creation, so not the right one. But yeah, there's a couple of racetracks in Czechia that are battling for everything. But Brno has been traditionally the motorcycle track for MotoGP. It's back on the calendar, and it's the weekend of my birthday, so I'm happy about that. We have Assen after that, Sachsenring in Germany.
Assen, I think they're trying to get Assen into iRacing because I remember Steve Myers sent out a tweet a while ago. It was like a year or two ago that they were trying to track down the owners of Assen.
Yeah. Yeah, the Dutch are not easy to get a hold of. Germany has Sachsenring, Silverstone. I mean, it's whatever. We have Aragon, which is a fantastic racetrack. That's such a scenic racetrack. Misano, I don't like Misano, but it's whatever. Red Bull Ring, Motegi, Mandalika over in Indonesia. This was a disaster last year. That was a bad street circuit race last year. It was not great. Hopefully this will be better.
Yeah. I don't understand the street circuit stuff, but I mean,
it's just, I mean,
at least in MotoGP, right?
It's because Liberty owns it. Liberty Media owns it.
Oh yeah.
Like that's just how it is. I don't like street circuits for motorcycles anyway. I feel like we're playing with fire a little bit too much. I've seen the fatalities at Macau. I'm good.
Yeah, like they're going to Melbourne right after this year, or is it the next year? Instead of Phillips Island, and it's like, why?
Let me look.
I remember the announcement that they're going to Melbourne, or maybe it's Gold Coast.
I prefer Melbourne. I prefer Albert Park.
I would prefer. I would, yeah, for 100%. But it's still like, why are we doing this? 2027.
I had not heard about that at all.
Oh yeah, they're switching out Phillip Island for the.
No.
It's Adelaide.
Oh, it's worse. It's worse. It's Adelaide.
Yeah. It's Adelaide, yes. And I'm just like, why are we doing this? I feel this is like a disaster waiting to happen.
That's so much worse. Oh no.
So it's just like it's a modified version of it, but it's still like, why are we even like risking this? Like I feel like this is going to turn out horribly.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be bad. Oh my god. Oh. I don't feel comfortable with that one. Ooh.
Yeah, no, and that's
Adelaide's
what a lot of people said when that news came out. It was just like, why?
Oh,
Why?
that's right. I remember this conversation now. I forgot what that was for. I remember now because they brought it. They announced that the track was going to change a little bit too, and we were just like, this feels bad. This just feels gross. Yeah.
Yeah, breaking news. Barbara gets replaced with the San Jose circuit. I'm kidding. Okay.
San Jose.
Yeah, but that's how it feels.
I'm glad that it's in the past, but that was a fun race to watch. So was Baltimore. Okay. So the MotoGP calendar. So we got last year Phillip Island, that is in October. We have Malaysia after that. Sepang, goated. And they moved. They've rescheduled races.
Yeah, because of the war.
So yeah, they rescheduled Qatar to November 8th, and so they pushed back both Portugal and Valencia by a week. To fit it in. So do not be hold on. Oh, there's no Argentine Grand Prix. There's no Grand Prix of Argentina.
Nope.
Oh, that's right, because they're bringing the race back to Buenos Aires. Nice. What was that, Pressy?
Oh, but I was just asking what the news was about Argentina.
Yeah, so they had been racing at Rio Hondo, but they're bringing it back to Buenos Aires at the Autodromo Oscar Galvez. They're working on stuff at that race.
Yeah, there were like repaving it or something, or I don't know, revamping it.
Yeah. Which is funny because Rio Hondo almost looked at an IndyCar race.
Yeah.
Back when we had Canapino in the field. And then that fell apart, so I doubt that's happening anytime soon.
Oh yeah, it's not gonna happen.
But I mean, the Rio Hondo still got a bunch of races. They got GP3 Chile, which, I mean, I don't think Rio Hondo's in Chile, but whatever. And then they got a bunch of Turismo Carretera. Turismo Carretera stuff's so fun to watch. So yeah, that's all the racing stuff going on at the moment. I'm sure I'm missing stuff, but like that's all the stuff that's on my radar. I don't.
Yeah,
care.
Sebring was yesterday or this weekend. It was all right. I didn't watch the entire thing. It was all right.
Like
I didn't watch any of it. Thanks, Lockout.
I'm gonna be completely real. It was a Penske 1-2 sweep in GTP. Like the BOP's fucked. Like,
oh yeah, no. Penske's got this on lock.
It's not. I think a lot of interest in IMSA.
All right, I have the perfect plan to fix this. Create a breakaway series with no rules, and we just let Penske compete there instead.
Well, I mean, I feel like we've all learned lessons from the split. I would hope. I was sure as fuck hope Penske learned their lesson from the split.
Right. So lesson one is we know he'll do it.
Well, no, Penske was the one that did the split. That was Tony George. It is that.
Right. So if we create another breakaway series, we know they'll be over there.
Well, no, they'll stay in IMSA for like 5 years, and then they'll move over. But you also have to try to get Daytona and Sebring into that breakaway series, because that's why Penske joined IndyCar to begin with, was because the 500. Because CART couldn't do anything about the 500. They tried and couldn't. So you'd have to try to get Daytona and Sebring into that breakaway calendar, which is not practical. The sports car does not run the same way as IndyCar does, because IMSA is the sanctioning body.
IMSA is owned by NASCAR, or the France family, and so is Daytona. So it's just impossible.
Yes. Yeah. Everyone has kind of realized that like if you want to make sure that a split does not happen, just own your biggest race.
Yeah.
Just own your biggest race.
And NASCAR also owns Sebring, so
Yeah. Yeah.
it's just
NASCAR
not.
owns Sebring and Daytona. IndyCar and IndyCar now owns Indy, Long
Indianapolis.
Beach, Arlington. They own the rights to the Arlington race, and they own the rights to a couple of different ones. But yeah,
They probably own Detroit Street Circuit.
Dogman is trying to join in.
He was here for a minute.
Yeah, he was here for like
He's having
26.
issues.
Blake was in here for a minute.
I feel like Discord's having issues.
It might be a Discord
Blake.
thing. I don't know.
I don't know if Blake is able, because he's got the role. Hold on, so we're
He's waiting.
reset Discord.
Fix your internet, dog.
Yeah, I got to restart it.
Yeah, restart Discord.
Task manager that thing.
That is, as soon as he showed the awaiting endpoint, I knew exactly what it was.
Yeah, awaiting endpoint or the confirming whatever the other thing is with the
confirming connection. It's one of those two.
Yeah.
It's always like a timeout thing.
RTC timed out or something. Yeah.
Something dumb. I've been streaming this podcast for 2.5 hours already. It's funny.
As God intended.
And we have talked about 2 topics. We've talked about baseball.
And we haven't even
talked about motorsports.
We haven't even reached the big ticket playoff seasons coming for a couple
we have
sports.
not talked about anything yet. Trying to see if Blake can. What is his issue? I'm going to pause the recording for a second. All right, so we tried to get Blake Henderson in so we can be part of the conversation. Unfortunately, Discord is saying no. We're going through a Discord outage here. So we will persevere. So let's go ahead and move into a little bit of the rest of our sports report here. We'll start with basketball. March Madness currently ongoing. We have, obviously for us here on Patreon, we have had a bit of a bracket madness type deal thing going on here. It has not been great on my end. My bracket has been well and truly destroyed. Eli is doing the best of the 3 of us. Yeah. It's not great here. So what? Was that them resetting the servers? Hold on. I just want to see if he can join one more time. We are actively trying to, because this will be kind of before. I don't want to start on the basketball point if we can get Blake in one more time, because for those that want, the recording could hear the reset on that one. So it was like the yeah, it was all of us. Yeah, like a reset, but like because it disconnected us like successively, it kept the timer going because it wasn't all at the same time. That's why it was like a echo almost of the disconnect and reconnect sound. Wild stuff. Hopefully he can rejoin, or he can attempt to join one more time. That would be cool. Because he's the Braves fan of the group. He's the Atlanta fan. So it'd be really cool to be able to talk to him about the Braves this upcoming season. Yeah. But also like the Falcons and everything too coming up. Because we'll talk about the NFL in a second too. Yeah, that QB lineup of Tua and Penix is not going to be, I think, lighting the world on fire. No, that's San Francisco. That's the 49ers. No, it's the fucking it's the power. Yeah, it's the substation. Yeah, it's power substation, which is wild. While we wait to see if he can join in on us, we'll go ahead and start with the March Madness conversation. Biggest upset surprises for y'all. I know mine, but there's a lot because my bracket is completely destroyed. Biggest surprises for y'all. Y'all are so prepared. I'll go. Mine is easily Florida losing to Iowa. That killed. High Point, Wisconsin's a good shout out. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, Tar Heels being out. The Elite Eight, yeah. I had the Gonzaga in the final. I had Gonzaga Duke in the final, and that got blown up so hard. A lot of it just muscle memory. Yeah. Yeah. So let's go. I'm gonna go over the bracket. I'm gonna start one section at a time. Let's start with the Eastern section because it's East, West, North, or East, West, South, Midwest. Why not just Northeast, Southwest? I have no idea. Um, let's start with East because that's where Duke's at. So it was Duke over Sienna 71-70, 71-65 pushes Duke over. TCU beat Ohio State in a fantastic. That was a fun game to watch. TCU won 66-64. They went on to face Duke. Duke won 81-58, beat the fuck out of Texas Christian. So Duke is now in the Sweet 16. St. John's is also in the Sweet 16. They beat Northern Iowa and Kansas to get there. But that's not really a surprise. St. John's is a good basketball team. Kansas beat California Baptist to get into the round of 32. Lost St. John's 67-65. Close game there. So it's Duke and St. John's in the Elite Eight now. Sorry, in the Sweet 16 now. Excuse me. Louisville beat South Florida. Michigan State beat North Dakota State. Michigan State moved on past Louisville to face UConn. UConn's had a pretty easy way through it. They beat Furman 71-82. UConn then beat UCLA 73-57 to now be lined up against Michigan State in the Sweet 16. UCLA beat UCF 75-71 to get to the round of 32, but went no further. On the West, it was Arizona versus Long Island. Long Island didn't have a chance. 92-58 kind of solidifies that. Arizona would also beat Utah State after Utah State beat Villanova. 78-66 there. So Arizona now in the Sweet 16. They square up against Arkansas, who went past Hawaii 97-78 and then beat High Point 94-88. So High Point, a surprise, almost went further. 6 points the difference there. High Point, obviously the big upset there on the West, beating Wisconsin 82-83. Texas beat BYU. I had BYU going over in this game. Texas, obviously a big surprise. They are in the Sweet 16 facing Purdue. Texas is the 11th seed. Purdue's the number 2 seed. Texas beat Gonzaga. Gonzaga beat Kennesaw State. Miami beat Missouri, then lost to Purdue. Purdue faced Queens. So not really much of a surprise there. So your Sweet 16, at least 8 of those teams: Duke versus St. John's, Michigan State versus UConn, Arizona versus Arkansas, and Texas versus Purdue in that half of the bracket. We go South. We got South and Midwest to cover here. South being Florida, number 1 seed versus Prairie View. This was a slaughter, 114-55. Thanks for coming, Prairie View. We'll see you next year, maybe. Clemson and Iowa, fun fight. Iowa got the advantage there. That was not really a surprise. No, the 9 seed won all 4 times versus the 8 seed. The 8, if you were the 8 seed, you lost, which is surprising. We'll talk about that in a second. Iowa then beat Florida 72-73, and that hurt my bracket a lot because they were in my elite four, my final four. So that's not happening, and that kills me so bad. So Iowa moves on to the Sweet 16. They'll face Nebraska, who went through Troy and Vanderbilt to get there. Vanderbilt beat McNeese 78-68, but lost to Nebraska 72-74. Nebraska beat Troy 76-47. Not really a conversation worth having there. Big surprise, North Carolina losing to VCU. VCU would get course corrected by Illinois, the Fighting Illini, beating them 76-55. So Illinois will face Houston. It's the 3 seed and the 2 seed in the South, facing off in the Sweet 16. Houston had a pretty good run. They beat Idaho 78-47. They also beat Texas A&M 88-57. Texas A&M beat St. Mary's 63-50 in the lowest scoring first round match of the entire tournament. So that'll be fun. Illinois versus Houston, 2 of the great teams there. In fact, it's a 2, 3, and the 4 seed, all in the Sweet 16 in the South. And then Iowa, who I would say, with how they performed, have an actual chance to go all the way to the Elite 8 or the Final 4. We'll see how that plays out. All of that is tomorrow, so that'll be fun. And then the Midwest, which plays on Friday. Michigan is, I think, a lot of people's favorites to go to the final, if not win the whole thing. Michigan beat Howard 101-80 to move forward into the round of 32, where they beat St. Louis 95-72. And now they are lined up against Alabama, who is surprising. They shouldn't be surprising. They're the number 4 seed for a reason. I just didn't rate them that highly. I had Texas Tech going over them in the round of 32. Didn't happen. St. Louis beat Georgia. 8 seed versus 9 seed. St. Louis goes over. It was not close. Georgia got slaughtered in the first round. Can we hear from Blake? Maybe. See if his headset's on. Give him a chance. Hopefully. I don't believe so. I don't believe we're going to hear from him. Subscribe to updates. Nope. Rip. Yeah. So you all had St. Louis over Georgia, which is fair. I think I did too, to be fair. Like that's the one 9 seed win I actually did pick. Well, it worked for that round until they got smacked by Michigan. So, I mean, it works. Texas Tech beat Akron 91-71. Not a surprise there. Akron was not the best team from the Mid-Atlantic. Both Mid-Atlantic teams, both Akron and Miami, Ohio, lost opening round. We'll talk about them in a second. But it doesn't matter. Texas Tech lost to Alabama. Alabama beat Hofstra to open up the first round, 90-70. So pretty easy, straightforward stuff there. I had Miami beating Tennessee. I did not rate Tennessee very highly. I know a lot of people picked Miami over Tennessee, and that did not happen. Tennessee won convincingly by 22 points, 78-56. Miami was the talking point because they were undefeated all the way to the MAC conference championship game where they lost to Akron. They were undefeated in the regular season, though, and it almost didn't make it. So that was surprising. That would have been sweet. Tennessee's actually so leave it to Tennessee to actually go further than I think anyone expected them to, because Tennessee is in the Sweet 16 facing Iowa State. They beat Miami, and it was like, okay, sure, that should have been a gimme. We were just kind of hoping for the Cinderella, and we weren't going to get it. Virginia beat Wright State 82-73. So it put them together in the round of 32. Tennessee beat them up for a little bit. 79-72 was the final there. So Tennessee moves on past Virginia, who I definitely didn't have Tennessee this far. In fact, this entire portion of my bracket minus Michigan is busted. This entire portion of my bracket is completely just destroyed. I had Kentucky, Virginia. I had Virginia going to the because I had Virginia to this point, and that didn't happen. Kentucky beat Santa Clara in the first round to go and face Iowa State. Iowa State beat Tennessee State convincingly 108-54, or yeah, 108-74, excuse me. And then Iowa State just put belt to ass on Kentucky. It was never close. So Iowa State moves forward, and I shouldn't be surprised. Kentucky's the 7th seed, Iowa State's the 2nd seed, so whatever. So Iowa State, Tennessee is in the Sweet 16 to set things up. So again, all these games play either Thursday or Friday. It looks like the East and the Midwest play on Friday. The South and the West play on Thursday, the 26th. So your Thursday games are Arizona, Arkansas, Texas, Purdue, Iowa, Nebraska, and then Illinois, Houston. Your Friday games are Duke versus St. John's, Michigan State versus UConn, Michigan versus Alabama, and Tennessee versus Iowa State. Woohoo! We got through that part. Not great to be a Kentucky sports fan right now. It sucks for me. Really miserable for me. For that, I hope Michigan State gets blown out by UConn. It won't be. It'll be a close game, which will make me so sad. You are brave. You are brave. Our Patreon group that we have going on here is a lot of fun. I'm playing the game of golf. Lowest score wins. Yeah, I mean it's my rules, whatever the fuck I fucking call it to be. No, so good old Gary Donaldson's and Kevin Feemster are tied at the top of the board. They've got 470 points because every game you get right is a certain amount of points. First round points were 10 points per game. The round of 32 was 20 points per correct guess. Sweet 16 is 30 points, and then it's 40 points, and then 50 at the end. So it's close. Eli's not far away. 460 for him. He's third by 10 points. Bailey and Al and Nick have 400 points each, so it's a tie for fourth. I'm at 380, and Blake is at 370. I picked Duke to win it all. So did Al. Kevin picked UConn. I feel like that's probably a safe bet. Gary picked Arizona. Eli picked Michigan State. All of our picks to win the tournament are still in. So our finals are still okay right now. So like that's like the saving grace. Is like we right now still have a chance. That'll change this week. So I have a feeling 2 or 3 brackets are getting busted completely this weekend. I would not be surprised. But yeah, my bracket being busted so early means that I'm going to lose so many points later on, and I'm already behind. So Rip me. But that'll do March Madness. Obviously, those games tomorrow and Friday will be the big talking point of the town. So with that, we will go ahead and pivot to professional basketball. We'll pivot to the NBA. Their playoffs are not far away here. If I'm not mistaken, they start in April. Same thing with with NHL. We'll talk about that in a second. Yes. So the play-in tournament starts April 14th, and then the actual playoffs start April 18th. So a lot of fun things there. I'll go ahead and sort of summarize the standings. They play games twice, 3 times a week. So I don't think we can summarize individual games in particular. Right now in the East, Detroit has clinched a playoff spot in the Eastern Conference. Boston, New York, and Cavalier have clinched at the very least a playoff or a play-in spot at this point. Toronto and Atlanta currently are in the top 6. And then 7th through 10th in each conference are your play-in spots, which is where you'll find Philadelphia, Orlando, Charlotte, and Miami at the moment. Milwaukee and Chicago are on the outside looking in, and Brooklyn, Washington, and Indiana are out. They are eliminated from the playoff contention with a few games left to play. In the West, it's a little bit more straightforward. There's only one spot up for grabs at the moment. Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Los Angeles, Denver, Minnesota, and Houston are top 6. Oklahoma and San Antonio are locked into the top 6 here. It looks like they are the division winners for the Northwest and the Southwest, if I'm reading that right. I think I am. Yes, I am. Cool. And then if you're at least if you are the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, the Rockets, the Suns, the Clippers, and the Trailblazers, you're in the postseason. It doesn't matter if you're playing or not. Golden State is 10th. They are the last team in currently. It's just between Golden State and the Grizzlies on if who's going to be in that last play-in spot. The Pelicans, the Mavericks, the Jazz, and the Kings are all out of the postseason. So pretty straightforward there. I am not a huge basketball fan because the only team in Ohio is the Cavaliers, and as I've kind of covered before, well, I'm also in the I'm not from Cleveland. I'm closer to Kentucky than I am Cleveland, so I just don't we don't follow it. We don't have it on TV here. We don't follow the Cavaliers at all down here. They aren't ours. They are in the postseason though, so I will let the basketball knowers speak more than me because I know nothing. So yeah, yeah. For those wondering, for those following along, Oklahoma is at 57-15. San Antonio is 3 games back from Oklahoma City. The Lakers are 11 games back from Oklahoma, and Phoenix is 3 games back from Houston and 6th in the West. So not a lot of not a lot of time to make up that ground if they're going to. You need some pretty big swings to kind of go that way if you're Phoenix. Well, So they do it a little bit differently then. So it's 7 versus 8 and then 9 versus 10 instead of it being 7 versus 10, 9 versus 8. Oh, gotcha. So it's like a double round robin, almost. Okay, that makes sense. The East is a lot more open. Mhm. I don't see it staying that way just because Boston has played like I think Boston has played at least one game less, so they've got a game in hand. Yeah, they got 2 games in hand. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. The 47-24, whereas New York is 48-25. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I say 5th to 10th is a bit difficult, and they're gonna if they cannibalize each other enough, the Bucks and the Bulls both have a chance. Um, I don't know. I don't trust. Miami's on a 5-game losing streak right now, and Orlando's on a 6-game losing streak. So, uh, yes. I mean, stranger things have happened. Now, granted, I don't. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, but Charlotte's also already on a winning streak. They're the only team outside the top 6 on a winning streak right now. So, okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this, right? So they lost 136 to 111 to Sacramento, or not Sacramento, San Antonio. They faced Cleveland, San Antonio, the Spurs. I said Sacramento because I'm used to USL using Sacramento for that, but it's the Spurs. So their upcoming game is tonight versus Miami, or sorry, versus the Cavaliers. It's Miami Cavaliers there, and then they play the Cavs again on the 27th. I don't rate them highly to win either of those games. I don't. Yeah, so it's literally it's Cleveland twice, then the Pacers, then the 76ers, then Boston, then I would say realistically they should beat the Pacers. They should beat the Pacers. They're gonna get those two. It just oh, so it will be the last game. It'll be the last game against the Wizards. What happens if they don't? Yeah, the fact that that happened is hilarious. So yeah, so the Heat is the talking point. They're the 10th seed at the moment. Second in points per game. They're averaging 120 points per game. They're averaging 46.7 rebounds per game. But but they are giving up these. So they are 22nd in the opposing points per game. They are averaging 117 points given up per game so far, which is not great at all. But yes, you do look at the Pacers, you look at the Wizards, you like those are the two that you can probably give as gimmies. But you play the Wizards twice, especially at the end of the season. And again, that still requires a little bit. That requires you're looking at requiring the Bucks or the Bulls to not win. Like if they lose more games, then it doesn't matter. But realistically, if you're the 10th seed, you also don't matter. I'm gonna say that like you don't matter that much. That's just because Miami's a market. I don't rate them. Well, yeah, because you're facing other like mid to bad teams. Like these are teams that are just fractionally over 500. And we're talking about a Miami team that if they just win those 3 games that they need, they will be below 500. Not great. Not great. Yeah, they can be the 8th seed if they want to. They're not beating Detroit. Oh, 100. Yeah. Dallas and the Mavs. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and the Pelicans. Yeah. So they play Sacramento next. They play them on Thursday. They then play Toronto, Phoenix. Though they're probably not going to win those games. They face the Atlanta Hawks April 1st. Then they play Dallas for the first time of this last stretch. April 3rd, they play the Pelicans after that. Then they play Detroit, where they're expected to get stomped. Then they face the Timberwolves, and then they end off against the Bulls. But they are also on a 6-game losing streak, which is, I think, if I look at my numbers, that is the worst losing streak in the top 10. Like, the only teams that are worse right now are the Nets and the Wizards. And the Wizards have lost 16 straight. So, gross. Yep. It's going to be wild. So a chance for things to be wild in the East. The West is set. Like there's nothing that you can say or do that will help out here at all. So pretty straightforward. And if the playoffs were to start today, Thunder and Pistons would be the 1 seed. You'd have Nuggets versus Timberwolves, Lakers versus Rockets, and then you'd have Cavaliers, Raptors, Knicks, Hawks, and then the Celtics would play whoever wins whoever is the 7 seed, so between 76ers and Magic, and then Hornets and Heat would face whoever loses that match. And I think it's convoluted actually looking at how the bracket's set up, but it's more games, it's more money, so go at it. Either way, it should be Thunder, Spurs, Pistons, Celtics, then move on from those games regardless. But straightforward. And I think I think I'm more curious to see how things pan out just because Golden State being as low as they are is surprising. But yeah, but still, like, just not from a casual audience, from a casual standpoint, because again, I don't fall like we don't have basketball on television here, so just sort of like Golden State normally really good. Apparently not. But then we got Detroit. Detroit. San Antonio should be up there too. Oof. Unfortunately, I don't have an easy way of looking up their injury list. So, womp womp. I do not like the NBA website. Looking for all this, I'm just like, I don't like this. No, they're not. At least not. So there's some really good websites. Like I like the MLS website. We'll talk about soccer in a little bit. I like some of them, but like yeah, it's hard. Um, but again, like we're in a bit of a down period. We got a couple games tonight. Most of them are tomorrow and Friday though. But it looks like largely the playoff bracket's sort of already set. It's just a matter of who's going to be in what seed in the NBA. And that brings us to NHL, I believe is what's next. Yes, hockey. Woo. But this one is going to be wild. So the playoffs started today. Let's go ahead and walk through it. Pretty NHL, yes. I said if they did. Gotta listen. No. They both start as we mentioned before. Both NHL and NBA playoffs start in April. Stanley Cup playoffs. If they were to start today, let's start on the Western Conference. It'd be Colorado versus Nashville, Dallas versus Minnesota, Anaheim versus Utah, and Edmonton versus Vegas. That'd be on the West. It'd be the Sabres versus Boston on the East, then Tampa Bay versus Montreal, Carolina versus Ottawa, and the Blue Jackets for the first time in the playoffs in forever, if we can hold on to it, against Pittsburgh. So that'd be fun. But obviously, 10 games still to play for just about everybody, unless you're the Sabres. Actually, yeah, it's different. Some games, yeah, there's some that have played 72. But most have played 71. Buffalo currently leads the way in the Atlantic Division. We're going to go by division here. Yes. Yeah, they have played the least. They have a giant crunch coming up here. So let's go ahead and walk through it. So you've got Atlantic and Metropolitan, which is where your top three are in your divisions. So Buffalo, Tampa Bay, Montreal in the Atlantic would go through as things are right now. In the Metropolitan, it'd be Carolina, Columbus, and Pittsburgh. And then your wild cards sit at Boston and Ottawa, which is just your best of those, not top three in your division. That's the fun talking point, is because it's Boston, Ottawa, and then the Islanders and Red Wings on the outside looking in. But then you also have the Flyers. Well, actually, no, they're not that close, are they? Mm-hmm. The Islanders have a better chance. They're 1 point behind Pittsburgh. Yeah, that's right. They're a game ahead of Pittsburgh and Columbus and Carolina. Yeah. So let's look at the upcoming games for the Red Wings if they're trying to make it in. They've got to be so Buffalo's on Friday, and then they have the Philadelphia. They've got the Flyers on the 28th, and then they have the Red Wings again on the 31st. They actually play them. No, oh yeah, that's right. Penguins. I was looking at it wrong. They play the Penguins, and then they play the Flyers again. So they play Flyers away, and then they play Flyers at home. Um, then you have the Rangers, you have the Wild, and then Columbus. That could be an important game. They are, yeah, yes. They are in Metro. Uh-oh. Supersonics. Well, also the tag. I have seen this. This was rumored for a second. The tag, the price tag on these potential expansions is enormous. Do you and so they're opening this up, which means so if the fact that they're announcing that they're opening this up officially, it means that there's interest. Yeah, it's wild. I struggle to see. I don't struggle to see Vegas paying for it because like they can share. They can just actually. I don't know. I don't. I'm so tired of seeing Vegas. I'm so tired of it. Seattle would be cool because Supersonics, but God, has Vegas ever had an NBA team before? I feel like they have. Oh, that's right. Uh, yes, yes. I say they're not division. A lot. If Detroit can beat both of them, it would push. It would likely push one of them into the wild card. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So so both Detroit and New York are relying on each other here because Detroit's playing metropolitan teams here, and the Islanders are playing important Atlantic teams coming up. 4 points. 4 points is not a big buffer. It's not a big like we're talking soccer scores here. Like it's like points for a win, points for an overtime. like you go win, loss, and then you get points for if you go to overtime. I think it's a 1 point guaranteed for overtime, right? Um, yeah, yeah. So the wins, yeah, 2 and for yeah. So well, so you'd imagine, right? Because like yeah, so it's 2 points for win regardless, and then it's if you can get to a tie, if you can get to an end regulation tie, it's 1 point. It just treats it like a tie. Um, Soccer, we'll talk about that at the end here. Soccer, it is 3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie, 0 for a loss. Which would make a lot of sense. No, no, because we don't do so. The only time you see extra time, like overtime, is in tournament play, which is normally I have I have no idea. It's not. I can't think of any soccer leagues to do it. Because MLS is 3-1-0, and if you have to have overtime, you only do overtime in playoffs because there's no like you have to have a winner there. There's no playoffs in Europe for the most part. So I don't know. I don't know where that would stick. I know it's not in soccer though because it's just 3-1-0. Um, but either way, like so 2 points for a win. If you get to overtime, you're guaranteed 1 point. If you lose in regulation, it's none. Um, so the Red Wings and the Islanders both need to help each other out a decent amount here. Yeah, 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 yeah. So that they've got extra games in the hand. Yeah. And this is sort of like in contrast to the Western Conference, where the Avalanche and the Stars are already in the playoffs. They're already guaranteed playoff spots. The Avalanche are at 104 points. They are the top of the board. If you put the league together, like for like a supporter shield type deal, they are the top of the board, and they've got a clearance by about 8 points over Carolina. Um, Dallas are also ahead of Carolina. They've got 97 points. So they are in. Minnesota is at 92 points. It feels like that the the Central Division is pretty well locked up. You know who the top three are going to be there. Um, Utah sit in the first wild card spot. Outside of that, it kind of looks like if you're going to have the wild cards, it's going to be in the Central because it's going to be both Utah and Nashville here. The Pacific it's sort of a dogfight, but it's a dogfight just to be top three. Um, Anaheim is currently top of the board at 84 points. Edmonton's at 79 points. Vegas is at 78. And then you have the Kings, the Kraken, and San Jose, which are 74, 72, and 70. But that puts them at least a game behind Nashville, if not more. It looks like more, a game and a half behind if you're the Kings to Nashville. Um, San Jose, they could be a surprise. I don't expect it. They have more games in hand than anybody else in the league, but they are sixth in the Pacific. So they would have to do a lot to win, and they're on a 5-game losing streak. So good luck with that. Um, mhm. Yeah, it's a 2-game gap between Vegas and Los Angeles, but as we mentioned, 10, 11 games to go before we get to that point. Um, we'll see how that plans out. Like again, like most of the excitement is going to be either see who gets into the Pacific because you're either in or out in the Pacific. You don't have a chance at the wild card otherwise. And also seeing how the Eastern is just going to be a bloodbath because you got so many good teams in the East. Um, follow what the Red Wings do, see if Columbus can hold on because they're second in the Metropolitan. Fingers crossed they can. We'll see if that is going to be enough because it's a 7-point gap between them and Boston, which is going to be a struggle for them to drop. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting. If Tampa Bay is losing him for the rest of the season, they've got to take on Seattle next. They got to go through Ottawa. They've got to go through Nashville, Montreal. Like, these are games that they can win. It's just a matter of if they will. Yeah. Wild. The positive is that, like, they're only difficult games. You look at Ottawa, you look at Montreal, you look at Boston, and then Tampa. You look at Buffalo, the Sabres, at the end of the season. So they've got 4 difficult games. You just have to hope that if you drop those 4, that you look. Yeah, they're in conference, but like they're not all in division. Like, you got Ottawa in division, and the Sabres in division. Okay, so most of those are in division. Okay, but I mean, those aren't like they can win those. Like, they're able to win most of those games. Like, yeah, like they've lost one player, but this is a game that requires 20 different players. So they have the best goal difference of everyone in the East. Yeah, yeah, their goal difference, they're positive 62. They are second behind just Colorado, and Colorado are just putting on a beating on the league right now. Um, yes. So I think Tampa Bay is going to be all right. I think they're still safely, if not second, they're third. I don't think Boston's going to get to them enough. Montreal could if they can swing 2.5 games. Boston would have to swing 3.5 games, and I don't see that happening with the games left on the calendar for both of them. And likewise, if Boston can't do it, Ottawa can't. So, yeah, for Detroit, you've got to try to swing against around Ottawa and Boston while not facing either of them directly. Um, yes. Let's see. Let me look. It would have been Boston and 4-2. So close competition in the NHL with about 10 games left. Again, regular season ends, it looks like, on the 7th, and then the playoffs will get big again after that. And Stanley Cup playoffs are always must watch. They are so enjoyable. There's a group of friends that I watch NHL playoffs with that it's just electric. It's beautiful. So we'll see how that plans out. We'll follow up next week and see how things have changed over the. Now we've got a couple more games coming up here to see how all of that pans through. Not a lot to talk about in the American football sphere here. Obviously, NFL draft less than a month away. That is the big talking point here. Free agency has been, I think, the big talking point here. So we're going to kind of gloss over some things. How are we feeling NFL wise? Obviously, Cincinnati Bengals fan. Losing a couple of players like Trey Hendrickson does not help our case at all. But we're not paying $60 million to our wide receivers. So we're not the Rams, thankfully. I don't know. Eli, are you a Lions fan or are you like what team? Oh, so you're used to misery and pain. Yeah. So it looks like the Lions did pick up some pretty decent keys in the free agency. Cade Mays, DJ Wanham, you got Larry Borum, Isaiah Pacheco, Rocky Sin, Roger McCreary, and Juice Scruggs, all part of the key acquisitions of returning players here. So they have added to their running game there. We've obviously got Pacheco now kind of playing a role of what David Montgomery was in. So you got Gibbs now and Pacheco there. So you got Cade Mays at center. So they have made improvements to their offensive line too, which should help significantly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so they made some big time improvements there. Obviously, they're looking at obviously you looked at DJ Wanham on the defensive side, so they're going to pair him opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, which is going to be a lot of fun there. You got Roger McCreary at corner, so they've upgraded the secondary a little bit too. Larry Borum is going to be on left tackle. Interesting to see how they handle the blind side for Jared Goff. He was not not the most mobile, and he took some hits last year, so we'll see if he can step up. They could also move Panay Sewell to the left side and have Borum on the right side. So some flexibility for the Lions. And then obviously you talk about the draft. They can, yeah. So not bad, not bad all things considered. Um, that being said, I think their draft, I think is look like they're probably like if their best free agency pool for them. I would say probably you look at some of the stuff that were in free agency. You look at the 49ers, you look at the Steelers probably having better free agency periods than the Lions. But still, top three at 32 is not a bad go, all things considered. We look at my Cincinnati Bengals, and I want to we'll talk about your Giants. Your Giants have not a lot going on. Yeah, you got Isaiah Likely, Tremaine Edmonds, Darnell Mooney, Greg Newsome, Patrick Ricard. Like, you don't have a lot of big time movers going on. You have more wide receivers than I think most teams do at the moment. It's not great. As I say, I don't think I'm stunned here. Um, no, but it's the Giants. Like, we'll see what Harbaugh can do for his first year away from Baltimore. Cincinnati, kind of middle of the road. It's gonna be interesting. We didn't do a lot of big moves. Joe Flacco, we re-signed. We let go of Jake Browning, and we re-signed Joe Flacco as our backup. So elite Joe Flacco is going to be backing up Joe Burrow, and I'm almost sure he's going to be starting games because Burrow is a glass cannon. So I like that move. I do. I that move makes me happy. It wasn't Flacco's fault that we gave up 41 points a game. So, they have tried to shore up our defense a little bit. They brought in Brian Cook for safety. We have Jonathan Allen. Boye Mafe is coming in. So we're trying to fill in gaps. Obviously, filling in losing for Trey Hendrickson's not going to be great. But it looks like it's going to be very much a big draft year for us, I think. Which also, we didn't touch our linebacker core, so it looks like we're drafting a linebacker a decent amount too, which I don't like. Worst team as far as free agency went, I think, pretty universally was the Chargers. They just did a lot of re-signing. They didn't do a lot of outside work. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out for LA. The Dolphins, when your biggest money move is Malik Willis, and then also getting rid of other players is wild. Willis played well when he was backing up for Jordan Love in Green Bay. Just speaking of Green Bay, also not great free agency grade. They were bottom 3 in free agency, so not a great look. The draft will be the next big talking point there. That's again next month. And figure out what we're going to get. We also get UFL football. Spring football comes back in a couple weeks. So that'll be fun. And I have a couple teams to follow. We have Columbus and Louisville. So we'll see how that all pans out in the spring. I'll see what I'll be tuning in at least the opening week to see how the local teams do. And if they're bad, then I can just tune back out like I normally do. So no harm, no foul there. And then we move over to soccer. And this is where I get to nerd out a little bit. So World Cup qualifying coming up here is the big talking point. So 42 teams, there's 48 teams in the World Cup. 42 we already know. You're seeing this on Wednesday because I'm uploading this slowly as soon as we record it. Playoff games, the play-ins for the last 6 teams are going to be not sure what happened there. Looks like it just did die. Can y'all hear me? Looks like it did. Let's see if I can reconnect here. Cool. That was wild. All right. So I was going to talk over soccer. So let's go ahead and go over the World Cup stuff. Love Discord just being an absolute mess. Makes my life so easy. Really does. All right. So 6 spots left to go here. We'll talk about the UEFA play-ins because the UEFA play-ins are so interesting. They're the most interesting parts of it, no matter what. So you have 4 different pathways for UEFA teams. For those that aren't familiar, UEFA is Europe. They have the most spots in the World Cup, no matter what, just because that is where your big leagues in soccer are. So Pathway A is going to be interesting. This is Wales versus Bosnia, and then Italy versus Northern Ireland. Um, Italy is supposed to be the favorite in this group, although their last World Cup was in 2018. Wales was in the last World Cup in 2022. That was the last Gareth Bale World Cup. Bosnia's last time in the World Cup was back in 2010. And Northern Ireland has not been in the World Cup in quite a hot minute. If I have checked this correctly, their last time in the World Cup was 1986. So Northern Ireland has is definitely the odd one out here. All these teams, though, it's going to be a dogfight. I think Italy is the favorite to go into Pathway A, and they will fit in, if I'm not mistaken, they will fit in with Group B with Canada, Qatar, and Switzerland. So we'll see where that goes. I think it's going to be. I think it realistically it should be Wales versus Italy in Pathway A to get to the final. I don't think Bosnia's got enough behind it to beat Wales, and if they can beat Wales, I don't know if they can beat Italy. Although I'd love to see Bosnia get in because there's so many Balkan teams in the playoffs this go around. We'll talk about that in a second. But if Italy fails to make it 2 World Cups in a row, it's a disaster. It is just an absolute disaster. Because they should be. They're the one. They've got a top 5 league in the world. If you can't develop and put national teams together, you are wasting stuff away. So Italy, if they can win, they will be with Canada, Qatar, or Switzerland. If Bosnia gets in, same spot with them. And that does kind of change things a little bit because if Italy makes it in, it does give you questions over Canada and Switzerland. Qatar is going to get seal clubbed in that group no matter where they're at. If Bosnia gets in, then it kind of just makes it Switzerland and Canada all the way through, because Bosnia is not Kosovo, and we'll talk about them in a second. Group B, or Pathway B. This is the group that gets in. What group do they face? They face Group B would be with the Netherlands, Japan, and Tunisia. They're in Group F. So this is between Ukraine, Sweden, Poland, and Albania. Ukraine, obviously, they don't have any home games. They have to play games in other countries because of the war in Ukraine by Russia. Sweden faces them. They'll actually be playing in Valencia, Spain. Poland will be playing Albania, and that'll be a home game for Poland. Poland is expected to be the favorite in that match. Sweden is expected to be the favorite in the match against Ukraine. To kind of put things in perspective here, it has been a while since. So Albania has never been to the World Cup. They're the only team in this group that has never been in the World Cup at all. Poland is an on-again, off-again World Cup team. The last time in the World Cup was 2022, so they were in the last World Cup. They made it to the round of 16 and got bounced. They were in the group stage in 2018. Then they were last in 2002 and 2006. Their golden generation was in the 70s and the 80s. They finished third twice in the World Cup. So they're far, far away from that. But they're probably the favorite in this group. Sweden, if we look at Sweden, their last World Cup would be 2018. They did not qualify for 2022. They did qualify for the 2018 World Cup. They made it to the quarterfinals. They finished 7th in the World Cup then. And they have finished highest 3rd back in 1994 in the U.S. World Cup. The last time the U.S. had a World Cup, they finished 3rd. So that'd be cool. And then I think we look at Ukraine. Ukraine is the underdog just perennially because of everything they're going through at the moment. Their last World Cup was 2006. That's literally that. I think that's the only World Cup they've been in. Yeah, it is. They were in the quarterfinals though in that World Cup in Germany. They were not a part of the UEFA until 1992, so they are a newer World Cup. They're a newer national team than others. Poland is the favorite in this group without a doubt. The Polish league is one of the most competitive in the world, especially right now. So yeah, we'll see how that all plays out, and we will work from there. Path C. This is the pathway that is very much of interest to the American fans that are watching. This is the Path C. The Path C group is the one that will fill out the American group for the World Cup. For those that are wondering, the U.S. is part of, I believe, Group D. It is the United States, Paraguay, Australia, and whoever wins the UEFA Path C play-in tournament there. It is between Slovakia and Kosovo, and then Turkey and Romania. A lot of people are expecting Turkey to be the favorite here. I personally am not of that group. I am of the group that Kosovo is the favorite team here. Kosovo in the last 18 months has lost one competitive game, and it was to Switzerland at the beginning of World Cup qualifying, a team that they would also draw in the last game of World Cup qualifying. So Turkey's got a lot of turmoil going through it at the moment. They play Romania, which is a gimme game. Romania has never made the World Cup, I don't believe. I'd have to double check on that. And I'm lying. I am completely lying. Romania's actually been to the World Cup a bunch. Not since 1998, though. They were 1998, 1994, 1990. And then 1970 was the last time in. So they've failed to qualify in this century. But they would love to go back. I don't think they do, just because it's Turkey. Slovakia has also never been to the World Cup, but that is a team that used to be Czechoslovakia. They just have been the odd man out as far as that group goes. Kosovo is a team that did not exist back in 2011. So this is a newer national team. They have never been to the World Cup yet, but they could. And it'd be funny because Albania could also make the World Cup for the first time in the same World Cup cycle. I don't expect that to happen, but I do think Kosovo gets in. I really do. Kosovo, again, the most impressive team so far. Like, you look at their last results, again, they've only lost once to Switzerland. They beat Sweden 2-0. They knocked Slovenia out of the World Cup altogether. They swept Sweden 1-2-0, 1-1-0. So they won both in Sweden and in Kosovo. They drew Switzerland, who are in the World Cup right now. They drew them 1-1 back in November. So this is a team that is going to be really hot. They are looking forward to it. Bratislava is not a very struggling away day for Kosovo. They have definitely dealt with worse. And if they win against Slovakia, they will host Turkey or Romania. And that would be a challenge for Turkey. So I'm looking forward to that. I think Kosovo gets in. If Turkey gets in, then okay, boohoo. I don't think it changes the group too awful much. I think it's still the U.S. is to lose in that group. And I think if Turkey gets in, they have to deal with Australia and Paraguay. You have to try to beat both of them. And Australia is not bad. So we'll see how that all pans out. And then you have Pathway D in UEFA, which is where you'll find the Czech Republic, Republic of Ireland, Denmark, and North Macedonia. Czechia is hosting Ireland. Denmark's hosting North Macedonia. This, I think, is between Denmark and Ireland. Ireland were the Cinderella story at the end of World Cup qualifying to get into the playoffs here. Czechia is not the highest team in this group. I think Denmark could be an interesting group to face. North Macedonia is, I think, the pushover team here in this group. They have not been in the World Cup ever. They were part of Yugoslavia up until 1990 to begin with. They just never made the World Cup, period. They're not a big soccer country. I'm going to pick Ireland on this one, although if Denmark gets in, I'm not going to be upset either way. In that Pathway D team, they go into Group A, which would be Mexico, South Africa, and South Korea. And then the Intercontinental Playoff is after that, and that is a topic of potential interest. Let me see if I can find it. So there's two different pathways for the Intercontinental Playoff. There's Pathway A, or Pathway 1. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, they have a bye. New Caledonia and Jamaica, they will play tomorrow to see who plays DR Congo on March 31st. Both of these both the Intercontinental Playoff games are in Mexico. Pathway 1 is in Zapopan, and then Guadalupe is hosting Pathway 2. Iraq has the bye for Pathway 2. Bolivia and Suriname will play off against each other to try to play Iraq to get in. Suriname has never been to the World Cup. They are a team that is newer to the conversation. If they can do that, it'd be a Cinderella story. Iraq wants to get in and play in the World Cup as well. Whoever wins, whether it's DR Congo, New Caledonia, or Jamaica, they'll be in Group K, which is going to be with Portugal, Uzbekistan, and Colombia. If you're in Pathway 2, you are playing France, Senegal, and Norway. That is the group of death. You do not want to be in that group. So whoever wins Pathway 2, Iraq, Bolivia, Suriname, you're getting bounced. And it's going to be a very convincing one, too. But then you look at the other teams that are already in the World Cup. We'll go top to bottom. Group A, Mexico, South Africa, South Korea, and whoever wins UEFA Path D. You have Group B, which is Canada. Whoever wins UEFA Path A, Qatar, and Switzerland. Group C is Brazil, Morocco, Haiti, and Scotland. Group D, United States, Paraguay, Australia, and whoever wins UEFA Path C, which would be Turkey, Slovakia, Kosovo, or Romania for those that are following along. Germany, Curacao, Ivory Coast, and Ecuador are in Group E. Netherlands, Japan, Tunisia, and whoever wins between Ukraine, Poland, Albania, and Sweden in Path B for UEFA. You have Belgium, Egypt, Iran, and New Zealand in Group G. Group H is Spain, Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, and Uruguay. Group I, France, Senegal, Norway, and then whoever wins Pathway 2 in the Eurocontinental Playoff. Group J, Argentina, Algeria, Austria, and Jordan. Group K, we've already went over Portugal, Uzbekistan, Colombia, and then Pathway 1. Group L is not a fun group to be in. England, Croatia, Ghana, and Panama. And that's all the 48 teams, or the 48 potential teams. So that'll be fun. And because it's a 48-team World Cup, the tournament's a little bit different. So your top 2 in each group make it to the knockout stage, as does the top 8 third-place teams. So there's a lot more to play for in the group stage. You only play each opponent in your group once, and the top 8 go through. Usually this will be determined by goal difference because there's going to be a lot of teams that only have 3 points. So we'll see how that all plays out going forward. And the World Cup begins, if I'm not mistaken, June 15th. Or sorry. Yeah, the UEFA and the Intercontinental Playoff games are all tomorrow. At least that's when they all start, is tomorrow. And the actual World Cup games start on June 12th. I was wrong on that. June 11th and 12th are the opening matches. So there's all of that. I don't think so. I think if Kosovo wins and gets into that pathway, I think Kosovo is going to be a surprise. Again, they've only lost once in 18 months. Yeah. So here's the thing. If we bring the team that we beat Uruguay 5-0 in, yeah, we should easily be top 2. The issue is that we have not consistently had that team. Like, that is our issue, is that we like to play down. And this is going to be a World Cup with a lot of distractions for the U.S. I don't trust it. I don't trust, like, Turkey would be a problem. Kosovo would bounce us. I think Kosovo beats us if they make it in. Can we beat Paraguay? Yes. Paraguay is not a great team from South America. Australia could be a problem. Like, if we lose to the Path C winner, whether it's Turkey or Kosovo, if we lose to them and we draw Australia, we're not safe. We are not safe. Should we make to the knockout stage? Yes. It's a 32-team knockout stage. You should easily make the top 32. But it's the United States, and we are perennially, this is the team that couldn't beat Trinidad 8 years ago, so I'm not going to trust a damn thing. That being said, that's not the group of death in the World Cup. The group of death is Group E. The group of death is either Group E, which is Germany, Curacao, Ivory Coast, and Ecuador. Hi, Curacao. Thanks for playing. You're done. Group F is also not fun. Group F is Netherlands, Japan, and Tunisia. No. No, not group A. No. So that is a group of midway. Like, no. No. That's so a group of death. A group of death is normally like when you have one team that's going to get bounced. Like, you don't have a team in this group that you know for a fact is going completely winless, right? Like, you look at so pathway D, that's Denmark, Czechia, Ireland, or North Macedonia. Denmark's the favorite. Denmark and Ireland are the two favorites to make it in. Discord is killing us right now. It is wild. Holy shit. Yeah, fucking, we've been waiting for you to Discord finally letting you jump in fucking 4 hours into the podcast. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Wait a second, because Discord is messing up on my end. Give me a second. I'm trying to get that fixed. Bear with me 1 second. I want them to be able to hear this rant. Why is Discord not cooperating with me? It really is. Hold on. Let me restart Discord real quick to see if it pops back up. You were not able to hear Eli at all, and I apologize for that. Well, Discord is not treating me well at all. Can't wait. Oh, there we go. We got Discord back. Okay. So for those that couldn't hear initially, Blake Henderson has joined in finally after almost 4 hours of us trying to get him in so we can talk a little bit more baseball. So the Atlanta Braves fan is in the conversation, and he is not the happiest camper, so he does not have a lot of optimism. You can continue.
Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu. I have found the new Ayatollah and all of his subordinates. His name is Alex Anthopoulos in the Atlanta Braves training staff. All right. Let me list you off the fucking people that are injured for this shitty ass organization. Sean Murphy is on for a right hip labrum tear, gone till May. AJ Smith-Shawver, the guy who was supposed to be the rookie of the year last year, is going to be gone probably the whole season this year because he blew out his elbow. There's more on that. Danny Young, left elbow, kaput. Christian Waldrop, right elbow surgery. You want to guess what position he plays?
For what it's worth, the Danny Young injury.
No. You're a Mets fan. You don't get the fucking call.
The Danny Young injury happened under the Mets.
I'm Nicholas Presley, and I approve this message.
You always give us just the best. Fuck you. All right. Thanks for taking Tom Glavine from us.
It's good when he's not injured.
Daysbel Hernandez, guess what? Who would have thought he has a cyst on his fucking shoulder? He's gone for God knows how long. Spencer Strider, the biggest fucking, not even what if, not even an has-been. He's just really a never was. Had 6 good months of his career, and our genius general manager gives him a fucking 8-year contract after one proven year, and guess what? He blows out his elbow. I wonder if there's a common denominator here with the training staff, right? He comes back because he gets his experimental surgery, which fucking sucked, and he comes back throwing 92 miles an hour, comes back and finally throws 97. Guess what? Starts the year, he's throwing 92 again. Came out today, he's on the injured list. Fuck these guys, all right? Now, this isn't even talking about the holes we've had for years at this point that they decided not to fill. Our rotation, we all knew going into this year, was all sitting at Grady Memorial Hospital, while 90-year-old Chris Sale is taking the rotation on his back. He can't throw 162 games, guys. This isn't 1888 anymore, right? And God knows Chris Sale, relying on him not to have an injury. Oh my God. Are we stupid? Yes. They're wanting to charge us $100 a year to watch the shitty ass Braves play. You need to pay me $100 every time Bryce Elder gets on the fucking mound. We've had 5 opportunities to fill the gaping hole in left field because we were geniuses and signed a guy who was very clearly using drugs and jerks and Profar 2 years in a row now. And we didn't sign Kyle Schwarber. We didn't sign Kyle Tucker. We've had 30 opportunities to sign fucking Cody Bellinger. Every time I get told he enters free agency, that's a one-off year. And guess
Shout
what?
out to the
He comes
Yankees.
back and does it again.
Shout out to the Yankees.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. I'm getting out of breath. I'm so pissed. Not even talking about that our closer had, once again, maybe 3 good months of his career, and now he sucks. He's a has-been. He's worse than Will Smith ever was. At least Will Smith locked in the playoffs. Raciel Iglesias shits the bed and pisses down his leg as soon as he enters the mound in a close situation, and that's your closer. We signed, I cannot believe, we signed Jesse Chavez again, who's 42 years old. To come out of retirement, he's our saving grace, apparently. We signed Craig Kimbrell back. All right, well, 1-year deal. We're going to send him out to the pasture the right way. He works his ass off in minor league baseball. He comes up. They send him across the country to pitch in San Francisco. The first time Craig Kimbrell pitches a ball as a Brave in 10 years. He pitches a scoreless inning. Franchise legend, all-time saves leader for the Atlanta Braves. People love him. What do you think they did? They released him.
DFA.
I would say he's not on the he's not on the depth chart.
They released him
He's with the Mets
for
now,
doing a good
kind
job.
of. He's with the Mets now, kind of. He might be not, but I don't know.
The Atlanta to New York pipeline is a one-way
He hasn't decided if he's gonna be in the minors with the Mets or not. I don't know. I haven't seen an update on that yet.
Okay, so once again, going back to the left field deal, we signed a drug addict. Good job. And guess what? He did. He did drugs again. Oh my God. Who would have thought the one good year of his career, he cheated. And I don't even know who our DH is.
It would probably be. Wait, let me look at the Fangraphs depth chart. Dominic Smith.
We're playing Mauricio DeBone at shortstop because Hyun-Sung Kim went skating and broke his fucking hand. What are we doing? We're going to lose Acuna next year, by the way. He ain't going to come back. He's liking posts about saying how the Braves are too fucking cheap. We're going to lose Ozzy Albies this year because
Welcome to the Yankees, Acuna.
he ain't going to get paid $7 million again. He ain't that good of a shortstop, but the second baseman, the second base market fucking sucks. If Ozzy Albies is a top 10 second baseman in baseball, I can probably go out there and be a top 30 second baseman. Just
do it.
I don't know. We're giving Michael Harris long ass contracts, and he's just Jason Hayward 2.0. Matt Olson, love the guy, but he's even more hit and miss than anyone I've ever seen, except for maybe Austin Riley, who forgets how to hit every 3 months. We chased away Chipper Jones, who was supposed to be fixing all these guys' swings, and then we pissed him off because we keep using analytics when we don't need to. This team. They might be more depressing than the Falcons, because at least the Falcons are trending in the right direction, and that's sad. Fuck this team. I had a guy ask me today, he was a Mets fan, like, you ready for the season? And I said, no, I'm not ready for the season. I'm gonna watch every game, but I don't want to.
Eli, you got a burner?
Hey,
I don't have a burner.
You know what? You can't talk, because guess what? We're both getting our asses whooped by the Phillies this year.
Not true. I think the Phillies are worse than last year.
They're still better than you.
I'm gonna say this. I think the Phillies and the Yankees have the exact same problem, is that they're fucking soulless. It's the same team. It's the same problem
hey.
that USA
The Phillies-
Baseball had in the
Phillies-
World Baseball Classic. They're
the Phillies-
soulless.
The Phillies are not soulless, all right? Those are white guys with motion, all right?
They
the
don't
Phillies
have
are
motion.
fantastic.
That's crazy.
You can now look at that and say Bryce Harper has motion. That's the same guy who drinks fucking raw milk and egg whites by the hour.
Dude, Bryce Harper's one of the most swag-filled dudes in the league. Shut the fuck up. You paid Juan Soto almost $1 billion. Shut the fuck up.
In the 5th hour, the podcast is falling off the rails.
It's great. It's great. So the Braves play Kansas City the beginning Friday. What are you
4 home
expecting?
runs to Bobby Witt Jr. All courtesy in the last 2 innings, by the way, because Chris Sale will throw 7 scoreless. Or 6
One of them will be
scoreless.
an inside the park home run, probably.
Oh, wait, I forgot. The biggest fucking sin we did was hiring Walt Weiss as the manager. The guy who has 4 years of managerial experience, and he never went over 500.
Wait, what's
This
his
guy.
name? Wait, what's
Walt
his name?
Weiss.
Walt Weiss.
Yeah.
Does he know chemistry? Does he?
No.
No. He knows how to make the Rockies go 66-90 with God, I think that was the tail end of Troy Tulowitzki.
Oh Lord.
All I'm saying is,
Fuck these guys.
maybe he knows how to make.
This is what happens when Liberty Media owns your franchise.
Hell, at
It's
least
sad. It's
listen,
happened to F1.
Listen, Ted Turner had some dubious morals, and that's putting it lightly. At least he cared about the team. Kinda. He named a stadium after himself, and he led us to a World Series. I mean, Liberty Media led us to a World Series, but let's be real, Alex Anthopoulos got lucky. He got lucky by randomly Eddie Rosario, Jorge Soler, and Jock Peterson literally played the best 3 months of their lives at the same time. He got lucky. This is the same guy who traded R.A. Dickey to the Mets. Or no, he traded Noah Syndergaard to the Mets for R.A. Dickey.
Nope. Oh, was he with the Toronto Blue Jays when that happened? Holy shit.
Yep, he was the general manager.
My goat.
This is the
I
same
love
guy who let
Yankees,
Freddie
oh my God.
Freeman walk. This is the same guy who let Max Fried walk.
So, which New York team are you rooting for this year?
9/11, no.
The Miami Marlins.
I'm cheering for nobody. If I'm cheering for another team in baseball, it's probably Boston. I don't know why. I like
That's crazy.
Pedroia as a kid.
That's crazy. Rooting for Boston.
I respect it.
Dustin
You're a
Pedroia was
Yankees fan.
short
You're a
second
Yankees
baseman.
fan. You're the only franchise in the entire MLB that doesn't like the Red Sox.
Listen, Dustin Pedroia was a short second baseman. I liked short people in baseball, except Jose Altuve. Fuck that guy.
It sounds like you just like short people.
I do. As a kid, I did. I like J.J. Hardy and Dustin Pedroia. Don't ask me why my favorite player is Chipper Jones and he's 6'5".
So Blake, who do you think is going to win the NL East?
The Phillies. It's not going to even be close. I think the Mets and Braves might scrape into the playoffs, maybe, but I have a feeling your wild cards will be like the Padres, one of the Brewers and Cubs, and it's going to come down to maybe the Diamondbacks, Reds, Braves, and Mets.
I'd be happy with
I think
that.
the Nationals are going to win it.
I'll let
I
you
had-
take over for a second while you're saying.
I had Diamondbacks, Padres, and Phillies as wild cards.
Let me
Mets
guess.
is- Mets
the
in
Mets.
NL East. I had them
God, you're-
losing in the NLCS though.
You have the Mets making it past 2
Yes.
rounds.
I think they're better than. I think they're.
You're literally
better.
called Lowell Mets. You had Verlander, Scherzer, and I think at the same time.
I think the Mets
whiffed.
are better than the Padres and the Diamondbacks. I think they're definitely better than the Phillies. They're better than the Diamondbacks. I don't know about the
Bro,
Padres.
the Padres would sweep you. The Padres would beat the shit out of you.
They couldn't even fucking sweep. They couldn't. Who did they play the one year that they got fucking almost? They took
The Phillies. Because that was the year that the Dodgers and the Braves were supposed to smack everybody in the playoffs, and they both got bounced first round.
was that 2024?
Yeah, because we got smacked by the Phillies, they got smacked by the Padres, and the Padres took Phillies to, I think, 6 games, I think.
Yeah, I think the Phillies were like not great in the playoffs that year, and the Padres were not still lost. Like I don't know. I think a lot of these teams don't have the right. So I think there's a lot of teams with this issues that they don't know what it takes, or they have like they don't change up enough. I think the Yankees are one of the teams that was like, even as like not being a Yankees fan is like, why aren't they making more moves? Like this is the Yankees problem. It's the same thing that the USA had in the World Baseball Classic, where it's just kind of a soulless team. I think the Phillies have a little bit of this as well. Maybe the Padres. The team,
You said the Padres are soulless.
not the Padres, the Phillies. Sorry. They have good players. Like the team is good. They have good players, but the team at the end of the day just doesn't have it. It's like it's not necessarily a team of players, but a collection of players. Like I realized this while watching the World Baseball Classic. There's one common denominator between the World Baseball Classic and the Yankees, and it was Aaron Judge. And those teams were like, you could see it from a mile away that those teams were not going to win the World Baseball Classic, no matter who they faced, like at least in the last like a few days, right? And I feel like the Yankees are the same way. I feel like they don't have it.
Well, look at Captain America. Like,
yeah,
when people ask, like, oh, what team was better, the 26 or the 23 USA team? And I'm like, 23 was way better. And that's because they had a worse team. But Mike Trout led that team to do so much more.
yeah. There's a leadership issue and an identity issue.
I really think Bryce Harper should be the next Captain America. Even though he'll be like 37, I really think it should be him.
I don't think it would be Aaron Judge. I don't think it would be Bryce Harper. I think I have a feeling Bryce Harper is going to be horrible this year. I don't know why, I just do.
I love Bryce Harper, so I can't speak unbiased about that guy.
I think for like the next captain of the U.S., I can't say Captain America because of fucking David Ryan. It's going to piss me off. I think the next like USA team captain would probably be.
He's Captain America.
I just tried to think.
Bryce.
I don't know if it should be though. Maybe I think I'd rather take Schwarber over Bryce.
Isn't Schwarber older than Bryce?
No.
You sure? Bryce Harper's
like.
not.
They did cut. Schwarber came up later, but I sometimes forget that Bryce Harper has been in like was
a major leaguer at 19. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I hate to go back to my boys.
They're the same. They're the same age.
What you said about a lack of leadership is the exact problem the Braves have, because every single locker room leader they had, they got rid of. Freddie Freeman's gone. Dansby Swanson's gone. All these people that were veterans are all gone. Like Will Smith led the bullpen. He's gone. And I love pitchers. I pitched more than I hit. But pitchers cannot be your team captain. They say Spencer Strider right now is the leader of the clubhouse. That's not the way to go.
No.
Matt Olson and Austin Riley don't have the like leadership capabilities. Ronald's too young, and Ozzy's just, I hate to say too friendly, but like we don't have a tenured person on our roster anymore. Ozzy Albies is the longest tenured Brave.
I don't think you can have like, I think people throw around the team leader to like willy-nilly, right? Like you cannot tell me that like Aaron Judge is a team leader when looking at the Yankees. Like I don't see it. I don't think
100% is.
Really? You think?
And because you saw it with Team USA, they operated the exact same way the Yankees did.
Well, it's a team leader, but it's not necessarily a good team leader, I should say.
Right. And Aaron Judge is the leader of the Yankees because they both have the same problem.
Yeah.
You tried to do it the Yankee way. Is the same problem that I think it was the 06 World Baseball Classic team had whenever Jeter was the captain. It just didn't work.
Yeah. It's always the same issue where it's kind of like just soulless, and I think the Phillies have some of the same issue, and the Dodgers are close, but they don't because their individual pieces are so good that it overcomes that, I feel.
Well, half that roster could be team captains. Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, who else? Will Smith, I think. Like, a lot of their team are team captains if they were on any other team.
Yeah.
And have been team captains for other teams.
But this is why I think the Phillies won't be good. Is I think they have the same issue. Like they'll make it to the postseason. I think it's either going to be them or the Mets for the NL East. But I don't think they're going to make it any much farther than they have in past seasons. It's not different enough roster with different enough leaders in that group.
I'm telling you, the Phillies are going to win the East by like 15 games. It's going to be a race between the Mets and the Braves to see if they can maybe snag the last wild card spot.
I don't think so. I'm pretty optimistic on the Mets. Like I think if the Mets
I hear that every year though.
I think if the Mets had run it back with like Alonso and Nimmo, I would be less optimistic. I would say like there's
hearing a
no
lot
shot.
of Cowboys talk for the Mets.
The Mets every year I hear they're so optimistic going into the season, and they urinating tree. He coined the term. You guys are lol Mets because y'all fuck it up every year.
Yeah, we do. I mean, except for 2024, but I think 2024 was.
Did you win a World Series?
No.
Okay, then you fucked it up.
But we went a
Also,
lot farther.
You didn't win the
than people thought we
division.
were.
You didn't win the division.
No,
You didn't win the division, and you didn't win the World Series. So I hate to say it, it means nothing.
I think if it were still Alonso and Nimmo and whoever else we let go of, like Diaz, I think I would be a lot less optimistic, maybe even pessimistic. Like I don't think this year would be good at all. But I think because we have such a different group that it's kind of hard to feel unoptimistic. I feel like a lot of the right moves were made in terms of how the Mets
Hearing
operate.
a lot of cope. So I'm hearing a lot of cope.
Yeah. No, I just got something else. I was like, why is this way? But no, I don't think it's cope. I will say I agree with everything you said about the Atlanta Braves, though. I think that's very true.
No, see, I can shit talk my team, but you can't. Fuck you. Fuck the Mets. You know what? John Rocker said a lot of bad shit, but at least it was about New York. Fuck you guys.
New York is a middling city.
I picked the Phillies to win the East too. I don't think it's particularly close. I don't.
How many games would you say?
I don't think it's gonna be 15, but I do think it's wrapped up before like the last week. I think it's pretty well wrapped up. Like,
so it's got to be at least 7.
Yeah, I think we're talking 7 to 9 games. I think is the lead that the Phillies will have. I think, unless they get the injury bug like as bad as Cincinnati did last year, I don't see
Atlanta.
Philadelphia or Atlanta. both teams got bit up with the injury bug. Unless
I thought it was hilarious.
I think a lot of my Phillies, like I don't believe in them, is that I don't think Bryce Harper is going to be anywhere as good as I think there's going to be a dramatic fall off, and also I don't really like the other pieces they have.
Didn't they retain Schwarber?
They retained Schwarber, so
okay,
I think
so they retained Schwarber. They have Harper. They still have Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler, right?
Zach Wheeler is still injured. I don't know when he's supposed to come back, but I think it's supposed to be pretty soon, but I don't know when. Their pitching staff is like good, though. I don't. Taijuan Walker is projected to be in the starting rotation. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, he'll probably drop out when
Zach Wheeler comes back.
Yeah.
But Andrew Painter's supposed to be SP5 too, so I don't know. Because I don't know if he's even ready to come up yet. But like JT Realmuto is good, but he's old. Brandon Marsh, I don't rate highly. Adolis Garcia is not been good since the playoff run.
But see, you don't need 9 All-Stars. Like,
no,
I think all those players are good.
I don't. Do you think? Well,
the thing is that like
I think he's better than Juan. I think most of those players you just mentioned are better than Juan Soto. I think Juan Soto is the most overrated player in baseball. He's the most overrated and overpaid player in baseball. And you guys were the idiots to sign him for nearly $1 billion.
Let me go ahead and ask this question then, since the NL East is the topic of conversation right now. The Mets finished 13 games behind the Phillies in the East last year. They were 13 games behind. Miami was 17. Atlanta was 20 behind. And then the Nationals were nowhere.
3/4 of our roster was hurt, by the way, which is looking to be the same. So,
yeah. Obviously, and I mentioned this at the top of the broadcast, which is now over 4 hours ago, that not enough teams didn't make wide enough adjustments to overall change the pecking order in most of the divisions. Like, we're still talking, like, you look at NL Central, it's still the Brewers on top, and then the Cubs, Reds are in the same conversation. Cardinals were fourth last season. I expect them to be in the conversation again this season. Pirates were last in the Central. I expect them to still be last because no one made changes. Do you think legitimately that the Mets did enough, Eli, to have a legitimate chance? They have to close a 13-game gap to the Phillies. Do you legitimately think that the Mets have done enough to do that while the Phillies have also worked to improve their squad?
Yes. I don't think the Phillies improved.
But what did the Mets do though?
They lost Alonso. They lost Nimmo.
I like that you started off by what they lost. That's fine.
I'm starting off with what they lost because what they added is a lot more. They lost Diaz. I'm trying to think of what else here. Hold on, let me take a look at the roster resource on Fangraphs because I forgot.
You lost McNeil too.
I don't give a fuck about McNeil.
Really?
Tyler, I think he's overrated. Tyler Rogers, Gregory Soto, Starling Marte, a lot of like kind of fringe guys who weren't like Tyler Rogers and Edwin Diaz. I think were the biggest ones that I was kind of like sad to see go. We got Bo Bichette, Jorge Polanco, Marcus Semien for Nimmo, which I think was more of a money-saving trade than anything. Well, not money-saving because I think we took on more money, but is better for the team because we don't have as much middle infield prospects coming up. Freddie Peralta. Who else do we got? Devin Williams, Luke Weaver. And Luis. Did I say Luis Robert Jr.? I don't think I did. This is a revamped lineup, top to bottom. The only players in this lineup that were in the lineup last year were Francisco Lindor, Juan Soto, Brett Beatty, and Francisco Alvarez. Our starting right fielder is going to be Carson Bench, who is a rookie. I'm thinking he's going to be pretty good. The bench in the starting rotation are the only things that are really consistent. And I think Freddie Peralta changes the outlook of the staff a lot because it really lengthens it. One real worry I have is the bullpen.
All those names you mentioned that the Mets got, those names would have been fantastic if you got them 5 years ago. A lot of those guys were either good 5 years ago or they were very promising 5 years ago, and they just fell apart since then. I don't think anyone you listed that you signed is really that inspiring. Devin Williams probably is the most, but like Luis Robert has not been good in a long time. Marcus Semien.
Luis Robert was on the White Sox though.
Yeah, I don't expect him to be any better. I don't think I don't think he, like, what is it? He can't hit lefties, or he can't hit against somebody one-handedness, and I don't think that's a White Sox problem. I think that's a him problem. Semien hasn't been good since he left the A's. I mean, Semien
was good since he left the A's. He had the one really good year in Toronto, and he's been serviceable. And
Bo Bichette is another one of those. I think he's a Luis Robert that he was good coming up, but Bo Bichette just has the name.
He had a 3.8 WAR last season with a 3.11 batting average.
Oh,
and a 134 WRC.
Contract year. I'd like to see what he does in a non-contract year.
I think he'll be good. I think on paper, I think Bohm is worse than Bo Bichette. Bryson Stott is better than Marcus Semien, but
and Bryson Stott's not. He's okay.
Bryson Stott is. Wait, I gotta think of the other second baseman in the NL East, right, or in the league.
Well, let me ask you this.
I think Bryson Stott is probably a top 5 second baseman in the league.
Once again, though, like Ozzy Albies is in that conversation too, but that doesn't mean he's a great player. Second base is just a weak position. That's why you have like Mookie Betts.
I think Ozzy Albies is better than Bryson Stott.
So let me ask you this, because Carmen asked you this, and this might irritate you a little bit. And I'm not really going to include last year because the Braves had everything on the bus fall off, right? To quote Frank Fleming, when the Mets play the Braves or when the Mets need the Braves to lose, he always says the Braves never lose. The Atlanta Braves are the New York Mets daddy. Do you think you can shake that?
I don't take anything Frank Fleming has to say seriously. So, yes.
I don't know. When we have the opportunity to, we screw y'all hard. Didn't you guys blow like an 8-game lead in like 3 weeks a couple years ago?
Yeah, I don't really care. That was 3 years ago. I think more. What do you say?
Or 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago.
It was 2023. I'm thinking of 2022. I'm sorry. I would say Frank Fleming is a hack, and I don't take anything he has to say seriously. I have him blocked on Twitter for a reason, because he's a fucking he's a not clickbaiter, but he fishes for likes, and he's a fake fucking fan. That's what I'm gonna say.
Dude, what the Braves clubhouse loves him.
I know that. I can see why, because he's a fucking hack. He doesn't. I don't think he's a Mets fan. Seriously, I think he's a hack.
So here's the thing: if the Mets have improved, I'd love to see it. I don't think they've done enough to close in 13 games. I don't. Like
I don't think necessarily a lot of it's what the Mets have done. Like, I think they've done a lot to improve that closing, like probably within 5 or 3 just by what they've done alone. I think a lot of it is going to be the Phillies, and I think they're going to get. I think their piece.
So you're expecting the Phillies to drop down?
I think their players are going to be worse than they were last season. I think Bryce Harper will be worse. I think Kyle Schwarber he'll be similar, but I think he'll be a little bit worse. I think
it's with Schwarber. He's just okay in non-clutch situations, but when it comes to clutch times, Kyle Schwarber is one of the best players in baseball.
Let me see. I'm trying to figure out where
the Mets are going to need to win 90 games at least, and you've done that once in a decade. So
now, Carmen, I want to ask you, as much as I just dogged on the Braves, keep in mind everything they did last year, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think most of it was their fault. I think a lot of it was just untimely injuries, because I think, what was it, Chris Sale was gone for months.
Yeah.
Austin Riley was gone for like the last 2 months of the year.
Yeah.
I think the only player that didn't miss a game was Matt Olson. Do you think they can catch up? Like most of the players I mentioned, except for Shawver, most of them are going to come back before the midpoint of the year.
Are you talking about the Braves catching up?
Yes.
I think so. I think it's possible. Like, because there was a period of time, I believe we talked about this about the time that we had the game in Bristol, right?
Yeah. One of the biggest what if games ever, because the 4 people that were advertised for that was Acuna. It was speed. Acuna's fast. Spencer Strider throws hard. Ellie De La Cruz is fast, and what was it, Hunter Brown?
No, it was Hunter Green.
Hunter Green,
Astros player.
Yeah, Hunter Green also threw fast, and I think one of the players played in that game, and it was Acuna. He was the only one that played.
Yeah. So yeah, like I think it's possible, like, because if you're the Braves, you don't need to be contending with the Phillies immediately. You just need to be in wild card contention. You need to be closer to the Mets, and I think they can. Like obviously starting off injured, like the Reds starting off injured. 3 of our pitching our starting rotation is hurt right now.
4 of our 5 is.
Yeah, like it's not great. It's not a great spot to be in, but we were in the same spot last year, right? I think if the Braves can address whether it's whether you look at your farm for depth pieces or whether you make trades for depth pieces, they have to find depth in some way, shape, or form. If they can do that in some way, shape, or form, and plug some of these holes that they're going to have to deal with for months, yes, 100% they can. Because they're a team that is not, like, when they're healthy, they're playoff bound. If you can just shore up the pieces to minimize the gaps in the meantime, then awesome. The issue is that, like, you talk about the training staff. You like, obviously you introduce yourself in as far as a blaze of glory, and the training staff is, I think, a nightmare.
It's
a
crazy
matter
to me
if the office will.
the turnaround that the training staff had, because I remember for a while, especially like when we were starting to get our rise again after like the late 2010s when we were really bad, we would sign these players. Like the first two I can think of are Dallas Keuchel and Josh Donaldson, who were injury riddled at the tail end of their careers, and like the Braves would magically give them one last year of relevance, and then they'd go somewhere else. And it's just crazy to me that now we're this like hurt team all the time. And I know I gave us a lot of shit. And I do get mad at Alex Anthopoulos for not making more big time trades or signings, because we very clearly have the money to do it with Liberty Media. But the one thing he's really good at is getting those depth pieces. He gets those depth pieces every single time.
Yeah.
And if Sean Murphy, when he comes back, he doesn't need to light the world on fire. He just needs to be the great defensive catcher he is and be okay at the plate, because then that lets Drake Baldwin play DH. And then as far as you see in the lineup, when Hyo-Seong Kim comes back, that's another piece that's fantastic at defense. He has his times at the plate. The only hole you have is in left field. Everyone else, you kind of know what you're going to get from him. Mike Yastrzemski is now our left fielder. I'm not exactly happy with that, but I don't know. If we can get the pieces back and healthy and they're competent, they don't need to play like their hair's on fire. I really think the two people you need to look at I'd say there's three hitters in the lineup that need to carry. And that's Acuna needs to do what he does. And I have no doubt, I think Acuna actually is going to win MVP this year if he stays healthy. And you need Matt Olson and Austin Riley to not be inconsistent. You need Matt Olson to hit 260, 270, hit 40 home runs, and you need to expect the same. I'd say Austin needs to hit 280, 290, and hit about 30 home runs, and I think we're set to go. Sale, don't get hurt. Strider, the rest of the rotation is kind of question marks right now. If Strider and Waltrip can be good or competent, I think we're good to go. And I think we can go toe-to-toe with the Phillies. But the same thing that I mentioned about the Mets, that to me it feels like the Mets just cannot beat the Braves when it matters. It feels like the Braves cannot beat the Mets or the Braves can't beat the Phillies when it matters.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, we talked about it before, like, injuries are going to determine everything. It feels like it always is that way. But like, we know what the Braves can do. We know what the Mets can do. We know that the benchmark is the Phillies. Like, if you're going to win the East, if you're going to be a playoff contender, you've got to measure up against the Phillies. I don't know. I don't think the Phillies. I think the Phillies are going to go back to back and win the East. It's a matter of who's going to be second and if the third place team in that division is going to make the wild card. If everything goes right, legitimately, I think I said this before. If everything goes the way I think it should go, the Braves and the Mets are in, and Cincinnati's out of the playoffs.
Well,
I don't
you're
see
missing
Cincinnati.
two things, because they got to beat. There's 3 wild card spots.
Yeah,
I think the Padres have that on lock.
Yeah, Padres have one on lock.
They ain't going to beat the Dodgers. And I'm going to say this, all this is for naught because no one's beaten the Dodgers this year. But it ain't. They have that, so that leaves 2 spots between. One of the Brewers or Cubs, because one of those teams is going to win the Central. Yeah. So that's one team. Reds, two teams.
The Brewers. The Brewers are going to win the Central. I don't think it's close.
Mets, Braves. That's 4 teams for 2 spots.
Yeah. I don't think Cincinnati makes it in. I
don't
generally
think they're good enough.
the only reason we made it is because
the Mets fucking sucked. The Mets fucking sucked in September per usual. That's the only reason.
And for once, Cincinnati didn't.
Well,
but like, you look at the Mets.
Yeah,
and the
no,
Braves,
it is the Mets' fault.
That's another thing. The Mets always suck when it comes to, like, I swear to God, the Braves and the Mets are the opposite franchises. The Mets always start off the hottest team in baseball, and the Braves absolutely shit the bed until the All-Star break. And then it's like they flip. The Braves are the best team in baseball the last 2-3 months, and the Mets just suck donkey dick. Like,
so it's the Braves and the Mets in the East, and I would not be surprised if both make it in. And then it's the Cubs and Reds, and then maybe the Cardinals if they take the step forward. I think they are going to.
I think the Cubs can beat the Brewers. By the way, I don't think the NL Central's on lock.
I don't have a lot of confidence. Because I do follow the Cubs. I do not follow. I don't think they've made enough inroads to get close.
like, I'm curious what you think of this, because this is something that Carmen said earlier that I was kind of iffy about. Who do you think is going to be last in the NL Central? The Pirates or the Cardinals?
Pirates.
I
Pirates
think
are
the
just
Pirates.
the Pirates are a horrible organization that show no strides in becoming a better franchise.
I think the Cardinals will.
Skeens cannot. Well, it's like I said about Sale earlier. Skeens cannot pitch every single game, and even when he pitches, he still fucking loses because he'll give up one run and the Pirates will score nothing. They have a horrible offense.
Yeah.
I don't think they're the worst team. I don't think they're the worst team in baseball, though. If that's what
the Rockies are. I
No,
think
the
the Cardinals.
I don't agree with that. I don't think the Rockies are going to be the worst team in baseball.
Who do you think's
I
gonna
might
be
be
the worst?
gaslighting myself. They're a team that has a very low floor and a very high ceiling, and it's the Nationals. They're very unproven. Like they kind of remind me of 2017, 2018 Braves, where they could go and win the division, or they could finish last, and there's no in between.
Yeah, I think it's between the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Nationals for the worst team in baseball.
So I think the White Sox. This is one of my other surprising things that I think you guys won't agree with. Is that I think the White Sox are going to finish fourth in the AL Central.
You think they're going to?
So who do you have finishing last?
I think they're better than the Twins.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know a whole lot about the Twins right now. I don't know. I don't know if I could name a single player on the Twins.
The only one Sonny Gray is on the Boston Red Sox. I had to think about it. So they got like a roster of fucking Byron Buxton and Joe Ryan and nobody else.
Yeah,
I think they're like SP5.
Part of me does think the Marlins might drop to fifth in the East.
I don't think
because they don't really have any bats. They've always had pretty good pitching. They just seem to never have bats since Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. That was really the last time.
I think they have young players, which will help them a lot more than the Nationals. Like I think Casey will probably be.
They trade them away though.
Yeah, well, they still have the young bats, but not the Nationals really don't.
I mean, they have James Woods and
Nationals have James Wood, Harry Ford. I think Harry Ford's going to be on the starting roster. I have to look because they released it today, probably. James Wood, Harry Ford, DJ Abrams.
Yeah, isn't Jackson Rutledge pretty good? But he's a pitcher though.
Jackson Rutledge?
Does he play for him? I don't know.
He's either a pitcher or a catcher. I can't remember.
I thought. I mean, I don't know what he does in the bedroom, but I think he throws the ball.
Okay. Well, yeah.
No, because this is stupid. He had the Future Stars card in MLB The Show a few years ago. I was a part of the Team Affinity drop, and he was the worst one in the NL East. But he's like 6'7", I think. He's like 6'7", throws like 90, like 99, 100, something like that.
He's 26.
Oh, I guess he's not really a young gun anymore. I mean, kind of. Your peak's around 30, I think.
He had a 5.7 ERA in 63 games last season.
Okay, so maybe not the best.
Well, let me take a look at the Nationals because they released the rosters today.
Does anyone think the Tigers are going to win the AL Central?
I think so. I think that's.
You think they don't fall apart?
I don't think so.
I think so.
The Guardians are always pretty solid, though.
That's what I mentioned that earlier, like at the top of the podcast, is that like the Guardians, like they just play well, like they're just a team unit. Like you don't have
also older, I think.
Yeah, they're also a little bit older, but like they're just a team unit. Like they're not flashy, and that's what I think what makes them so frustrating to follow along with is that like nothing that they do makes sense. But that's sort of just their MO. They just play ball and they end up doing well. Like I have to let me look back at their history because the Guardians, like I feel that this is just how they operate.
They always seem to at least make the wild card.
Yeah, like the last 4 years they have made the wild card 3 of the last 4, and they have in the 3 years they did they were the Central winners. 2023, they were third in the Central. They won 2022, 2024, 2025. And it goes back further. 2016 through 18, they made the playoffs, and they were the winners of the Central. They made 2020, I think, is a scrub year because that's COVID. More often than
I
not,
think
they're like the Central has, for the most part, been theirs for the better part of the last 25 years. Like,
I do
it's
have,
wild.
I do got to leave here in a second, but I'm going to leave y'all with several hot takes about the American League
Oh,
that
boy.
y'all may or may not agree with. First off, the Boston Red Sox are going to win the AL East.
I can see it.
Second off, the Sacramento Athletics are going to go to the wild card. I think they
I
got
can
enough
also see
juice.
that. I can see that.
The Houston Astros will miss the playoffs.
I can see that.
If the Athletics are going in, Astros would miss out. Yeah.
Yes, I
Because
agree.
Mariners got the West.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Tigers have the Central.
Braves somehow, some way, due to the wishes against their front office because they're playing Major League in real life, they are going to make the playoffs, and the Mets will miss because they suck. And the Dodgers three-peat. That's all I got. Ronald Acuna wins MVP. Fuck the rest of you guys. Ronald Acuna is my GOAT. He is a god. Bryce Harper will hit 40 home runs. Fuck you guys. See you later.
I don't know about the Acuna MVP take.
I can't wait for Acuna to get hurt like game one.
I don't think he's gonna win MVP.
I don't think so. Most of those takes
Ohtani's gonna have to get injured to not win MVP.
Yeah,
or like just have a tremendous fall off.
So yeah, let's break that down for a second. So he said Red Sox could win the AL East, which is possible. They were 5 games away.
I can see it. So
yeah, I can see that.
I think all three of the Red Sox, Yankees, Blue Jays will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's just who's going to win the division. I picked the Toronto Blue Jays, but any of them could take it theoretically. And
Boston's
even the Orioles, even the Orioles could sneak in. There is a real chance that 3 wild card winners are all in the AL East. Like there's 4 teams from the AL East making it into the playoffs. There's a real chance.
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be quite like that because like if you expect the Athletics to make it in behind Seattle, like he's claiming that the Athletics can.
Yeah,
that's gonna kill either Cleveland or Detroit. Because
so I mean, I don't think any team from the Central is going to make it into the wild card regardless.
I think so. I think
you're gonna have the 2 teams from.
Yeah, you're gonna have Yankees or Red Sox, or you're gonna have 2. You have a combination of the 2 of the 3 from the East. I don't think Tampa Bay or Baltimore will step up that high. But like you also
Tampa Bay is not going to. Baltimore may.
Cleveland and Detroit are neck and neck, and Kansas was only 6 games behind last year. I don't think Kansas City is going to step up high enough to battle Detroit and Cleveland. But it's a hot take thinking that the Athletics are going to jump 11 games.
I don't think they're going to jump into the wild card, but I can see it happening. I have the Astros as the 3rd wild, or I think I had like the Astros as the 2nd, the Red Sox as the 3rd. I think the AL Central is going to be too weak to have that, but I could be considerably wrong.
I think that the 6 teams that made it in last year are going to kind of be in the same boat this year. Like if Houston and Detroit swap hands and Detroit misses out, then fine. I can see Detroit winning. I don't expect them to win AL Central.
Did Cleveland make it last year?
Cleveland won the Central.
Oh yeah, because the Detroit Tigers did the usual Mets thing. Yes.
Yeah. But Cleveland's won the AL Central 3 of the last 4 years. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like
I guess then if in that case I would say the same, where I would say Houston does not make it, or any team from the AL Central does not make AL West does not make it into the wild card. Besides, the Seattle Mariners being goated. Yeah,
because Detroit and Houston were tied on record, but Detroit had the head-to-head over Houston last year. And I don't expect that to be any different. Either Houston gets it or Detroit gets it. Either way, I think Cleveland wins the Central though. But like again, like you're playing like it's all Calvin ball because you're AL champion.
162 games. Yeah.
Also, your AL champion is going to be from the East. Like it, Seattle would be the next best bet. Cleveland's not strong enough to be a contender for the World Series. Detroit's definitely not. Houston Astros, I think, if they
I don't think
do
they're
go that, if
making
they
it
do go
anymore.
that far, it's immediately just going to invoke like, hey, like you gonna do this fair this time or no? I think legitimately it's Toronto, the Yankees, the Red Sox once again that go to the World Series, and it's to face the Dodgers. It's whoever it's whoever you're squaring up against the Dodgers at this point. Again,
Do you want
it's
to hear one of
162
my
games.
hot takes?
Sure.
I think the Toronto Blue Jays will beat the Dodgers in the World Series.
If they can get there, that's a pretty good shout. My hot take, as much as I want to see the Blue Jays get there, I don't think they do. I think the Red Sox do.
It's not even a hot take considering they almost did like what 6 months ago.
Yeah. But I don't think the Blue Jays. I don't think the Blue Jays make it. I think the Red Sox will be the AL champion. That's my hot take on that one.
Disgusting saying this in front of me.
Also, I think I don't know if you heard what I was saying about the Yankees, Nick. I won't repeat it, but I think the one of the reasons I think I had the Tigers over the Guardians is that the Guardians pitching staff does not fill me with a lot of confidence.
They never do, but that's the Guardians. They just don't fill you with confidence ever. And they just pull results out their ass. That's just what they do.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all early. It's 162 games away, but like it's fun to sort of sit and think about like what could be. But like, yeah, I'm curious. It's going to be interesting to see how everything goes. I've got to speed run through all the soccer shit real quick. So let's hop back up for a second.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, I just got this. 12 minutes ago, the Red Wings signed Jacob Bernard Docker to a 2-year contract extension with an AV of 1.6 million. Okay, that's interesting for a third line defenseman, but go ahead.
Wild. All right, so let's jump into some fun stuff here. So we'll start with soccer. We'll start with MLS. We've already talked about the World Cup. That was before Blake joined in. So MLS, we just played through week 5. Bear with me. If my Chrome would like to cooperate for a hot freaking second. All right, so week 5. Let's go ahead and just jump through it here. So Toronto beat Columbus 2-1. Philadelphia lost to Chicago 2-1 as well. Or Nashville beat the absolute tar out of Orlando City 5-0. Atlanta United and DC United, they had a scoreless draw 0-0 in Atlanta. Charlotte hosted New York Red Bulls. Red Bulls got a red card and got beat 6-1. Colorado Rapids, they beat the Sporting Kansas City 4-1. FC Houston beat the Houston Dynamo. The Texas rivalry there, pretty hot. Red card for Houston helped give Dallas the edge. They end up winning 4-3. St. Louis hosted New England Revolution, and St. Louis wins 3-1. Austin and LAFC, they draw 0-0 in Austin. Vancouver hosts San Jose Earthquakes, but San Jose grabs 3 points. They win 1-0. Cincinnati, despite the red card they scored early on, Wild come from behind win. They were losing 2-0. They end up winning 4-3 in Cincinnati. Inter Miami go to New York City and win 3-2. Minnesota and Seattle, they draw scoreless 0-0. Portland score a red card, but doesn't matter. 1-1 is the draw there, so they both take home a point. San Diego and Real Salt Lake also just draw a point here and also a red card. So a lot of red cards in MLS over the weekend. And it kind of sets the stage for an interesting start to spring in the Eastern Conference. Nashville leads the way with 13 points. They have 4 wins and a draw. They are undefeated so far. New York City, Inter Miami, Charlotte, Chicago, DC United, and Toronto sit in the top 7. Remember, playoffs in MLS, top 9 in each conference go through. Red Bulls and Cincinnati are currently 8th and 9th, ahead of Atlanta, New England, Montreal, Orlando, Columbus, and Philadelphia. Philadelphia so far 0-5. They have lost all 5 of their opening matches for the first time in their team's history in the East.
Didn't they make the playoffs last year?
Yes, they were the Supporter Shield champions last year.
Oh shit!
So from first right now, they are the only winless team. They are the only pointless team so far. Like Columbus has 2 points, which is not great for me, but Philadelphia is literally at 0, and they're the only team to do so. LAFC currently leads the way in the West. No surprise. Shocker. Vancouver second. Again, shocker. Same way as it was last year. Start out. San Jose third. San Diego fourth. That is interesting. I do think the West is more competitive this year. Seattle, Real Salt Lake, and Colorado make up your top 7 in the West. FC Dallas and Houston Dynamo are 8th and 9th ahead of LA Galaxy, Austin, Minnesota, St. Louis, Portland, and Sporting Kansas City. But every team in the West has at least one win. LAFC shares the same sort of trait as Nashville. They are 4-1-0. No losses for either Nashville or LAFC after 5 weeks. But a lot of red cards and a lot of suspensions going into week 6. Upcoming games this weekend, Easter weekend, and it is all on Saturday, April 4th. Toronto hosts Colorado. Real Salt Lake hosts Sporting Kansas City. New England hosts Montreal. The Red Bulls host Cincinnati. Atlanta hosts Columbus. DC hosts Dallas. New York City hosts St. Louis. Miami hosts Austin. Charlotte hosts Philadelphia. Chicago hosts Nashville. Houston hosts Seattle. LAFC hosts Orlando City. Vancouver hosts Portland for Cascadia Cup. Looking forward to that game. That's 10:30 p.m. A lot of late games in MLS this weekend. San Diego heads down the California coast to face, or heads up the California coast to face San Jose, and LA Galaxy hosts Minnesota as well. So interesting stuff there. Some MLS stats here. Sam Surridge currently leads the Golden Boot in MLS, 7 goals ahead of Peter Musa for FC Dallas, who has 6 goals. Brian White for Vancouver has 5. Joao Klaus has 5 for Galaxy, and Nicholas Fernandez also has 5 for New York City. Red cards. We have a lot of red cards. Houston has 2 red cards total. Cincinnati has 1 for Miles Robinson. That was scored against Montreal. But a lot of red cards came from week 5. So interesting stuff there in the world of MLS. In USL, the second division of American soccer, it is a little bit more interesting. Their season started a couple weeks later. So let's go ahead and kind of break through that real quick. Loudoun United and Miami FC scored to a scoreless draw. So they both took 1 point away. Louisville City FC, perennial Supporter Shield winners. They beat Rhode Island 4-2. Brooklyn lost its first game to Hartford Athletic. Brooklyn, a brand new team to USL this season. They beat the Indy 11 in their first ever competitive match. Indy 11 beat Detroit in Indianapolis last weekend as well. Charleston Battery and Birmingham Legion, they squared off 5-goal game, but it's Charleston winning 3-2 over Birmingham. The Tampa Bay Rowdies beat the Pittsburgh Riverhounds 3-0. FC Tulsa beat Las Vegas 3-2. San Antonio beat New Mexico United 1-0. Orange County beat Colorado Springs. Hold on. Colorado Springs Switchbacks was the full name of that team. 1-0. Phoenix Rising beat Phoenix and Oakland drew 2-2, and Sacramento and Monterey also drew 1-1. The big news out of USL, outside of the whole pro-rel conversation that we'll have to do next week, Sacramento announcing a new stadium, 20,000 the capacity as part of the new stadium that'll be built for 2028, which is going to be really cool. That's a team that almost joined MLS and instead will more than likely be part of USL Premier when that goes up in 2028.
God, I wish my team went to USL instead of MLS.
What is your team?
AC Grand Rapids. They're building the stadium right now. It's they aren't going to play until like 2027 or 2028. It's MLS next.
So they're an independent team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they are. They're owned by the Van Andels and the DeVosses, which are the 2 primary kind of like big families here in Grand Rapids. One of the DeVosses was on the cabinet in Trump's first administration in some aspects, but they own a lot of stuff here in Grand Rapids. They're owning the new soccer team that's going to be here. They're building the stadium right now. Passed by it the other day. It looks pretty nice, but I wish they went to the USL instead of MLS next.
So
And their crest looks like dog shit.
So yeah, I mean it doesn't look great. So Grand Rapids did have a team in USL League 2. It was Grand Rapids FC. That's sort of where everything sort of started there. So USL Premier is going to be interesting. Like they announced that they were joining MLS Pro before USL Premier was announced. So I don't know how much that would have changed. But also USL Premier, they wouldn't have fit into that anyway because you need to have a certain size stadium. Yeah, 8,500 seats is not it.
Nope.
You need to have at least 14 or 15,000 seats in your stadium to be USL Premier. Although with ProRel being a thing, I don't know how they're going to enforce that. I think that kind of just applies to like your early, like who's going to be in the first season. I think is going to be how that works. Yeah, that AC Grand Rapids logo that looks like a
it's a Hogwarts crest.
I was gonna say like it looks like a Harry Potter crest like from like 30 years ago. That's not great.
Yeah.
We'll head over to Europe. I'm not going to talk about Liga MX because fuck Mexico for a second. Also, I don't follow Liga MX at all. I'll be honest with you. I do follow a lot of European soccer here, and I know a lot of people in ABN do as well. We'll start with Germany, my favorite league to follow, along with if I can get everything to work the way I want it to. Fun stuff over the weekend. Match day 27. They have only got 6 weeks left in their season over in Germany right now. RB Leipzig beat Hoffenheim 5-0. FC Köln and Borussia Mönchengladbach, they drew 3-3. A lot of fun games to watch this weekend. If you don't watch Bundesliga football, you need to. I highlight FC Köln and Borussia Mönchengladbach. 6 goals. Always a fun time. So did Heidenheim and Leverkusen. Bayer Leverkusen, how much they've fallen from undefeated, now drawing with one of the worst teams in the league. Oof. VfL Wolfsburg, they lost 1-0 to Werder Bremen. Bayern Munich put an absolute belt to ass on Union Berlin. 4-0 was the scoreline in Munich. Borussia Dortmund, they beat Hamburger SV 3-2. Mainz beat Eintracht Frankfurt 2-1. SC Freiburg beat St. Pauli 2-1. And Augsburg beat Stuttgart beat Augsburg 5-2 in a 7-goal affair there. Bayern Munich, once again, has run away with the league so far. Dortmund in second, Stuttgart, Leipzig in the Champions League spots at the moment. Hoffenheim is in fifth, though. They are tied with Leipzig, down on goal differential is how that works. So Hoffenheim would be in the Europa League if things stood today. Leverkusen in sixth. They're currently looking at the UEFA the Conference League right now in that sixth spot. I had a Frankfurt, Freiburg, Union Berlin are in the top half. Augsburg, Mainz, Hamburger SV, who were in the second division a year ago, doing well on their own. They're at 30 points with 6 games to play. They're ahead of Mönchengladbach in 13th, Werder Bremen 14th. The only team that looks pretty well assured for relegation is Heidenheim. It is a little bit more competitive for the 17th spot. Wolfsburg and St. Pauli are in the relegation danger spots. Wolfsburg 17th, St. Pauli is in the relegation playoff spot in 16th, and Köln is in 15th place at the moment. They have drawn 3 of their last 5. St. Pauli's won 2 of their last 5 to put themselves ahead of Wolfsburg, who have lost 4 of the last 5 at this point. In the second Bundesliga, over in Germany, it is also competitive all the way through here. They have also gone through their 27th match day. Karlsruhe beats Greuther 3-1. Hanover beat Eintracht Braunschweig 1-0. Paderborn beat Dynamo Dresden 2-1. Nuremberg beats Kaiserslautern 3-0. Elversberg beat Arminia Bielefeld 3-1. FC Darmstadt beats Schalke 04. They drew 1-1. I don't know why Google highlights them like that. Hertha Berlin, they did beat the absolute tar out of Dusseldorf. Dusseldorf losing 5-2 to Hertha Berlin. Holstein Kiel winning in a very physical match. Both teams got red cards. They had a little bit of a scuffle, and both teams got red cards as a result. But 3-2 is the scoreline. Holstein Kiel beat VfL Bochum. And then Prussen Munster lost to Magdeburg 3-1 to set things up for an interesting 6-game stretch coming up here. Top 2 automatically promoted into the first division right now. That is Schalke and Elversberg, but it is a very close fight. To kind of put things in perspective, Schalke has 52 points after 27 matches. you go all the way down to Hanover, which is in 5th, separated by 3 points. So very tight fight here. Hanover drew their match. Schalke, Elversberg, Paderborn, and Darmstadt, they all won their match. Hanover entered the weekend 2nd place in the standings, and so they dropped down to 5th. But still all to play for with 6 games to go. Hertha Berlin, Kaiserslautern 6th and 7th. There are no European places because it's the 2nd division, so not need to worry about that. Karlsruhe, Nuremberg, top half of the field. Your relegation spots right now are being filled by Magdeburg and Preußen Munster. Holstein Kiel is not far away. Neither is Arminia Bielefeld or Greuther Fürth. Dynamo Dresden, who looked pretty set for relegation early on in the season, have risen themselves up. They've grabbed 7 wins in this season so far to be up to 29 points, but that's only 3 points away from relegation. So very tight top to bottom, 52 points to 26 points. That is not a wide margin in Bundesliga standards. So with 6 games left to go, if you're at the top of the board, you're not getting relegated. If you're at the bottom of the board, you still have a chance to not get relegated. So that's fun to follow along over in Germany. I'm not going to cover the Poland. I'll cover the Polish league next week because that is one of the most insane leagues to follow. At like 11 points at one point separated the entire league, like 3 weeks ago.
Please luck crack out my goats.
Yeah, the Polish league is just cracked. In the Premier League, this league's not as fun to follow along with. I lied because a lot of upsets happened over the weekend. Let's jump into it. Man United, they got a red card against Bournemouth. They drew 2-2. Brighton beat Liverpool 2-1. That is considered an upset, but Liverpool's also shitting the bed. Fulham beat Burnley 3-1. Burnley also got a red card for insult to injury. Man City versus Crystal Palace was postponed. So they'll have to fill that game in at some point. Everton beat Chelsea 3-0. Embarrassing for Chelsea, but this season has largely been embarrassing for Chelsea from start to finish. Leeds and Brentford, they drew 0-0. Sunderland beat Newcastle 2-1. Aston Villa beat West Ham United 2-0. And Tottenham, I am laughing my ass off that Tottenham's about to get relegated. They lost to Nottingham Forest 3-0. Standings as they sit right now in the Premier League, 20 teams in the league, 18 in Germany over in Bundesliga. Arsenal currently top of the board, Man City in 2nd. But again, Man City and Crystal Palace still need to play a game that was postponed over the weekend. Manchester United sitting in 3rd, Aston Villa in 4th. Those top 4 are in Champions League places. Liverpool currently sitting in 5th. That loss does not help them out at all right now. Chelsea in the 6th spot. Right now, they are in the Conference League. Then you have Brentford, Everton, Fulham, and Brighton in the top half. Sunderland in 11th, Newcastle 12th. Bournemouth, Crystal Palace, Leeds, Nottingham Forest, and then Tottenham, your top 17. Tottenham is only 1 point clear of West Ham, and Burnley and Wolves are pretty well set to be relegated. They've only got 7 games left in their season as things currently sit. But the fact that Tottenham is that close to relegation, they've lost 4 of their last 5. Absolute disaster for the Hotspurs. And I think the odds are that they're probably going to get relegated at this point. Just horrifying. From winning the Europa League to not even having a chance to avoid relegation. Tottenham in the championship is going to be a wild season to follow next season. Over in Spain, it is the Barcelona show at the moment. Barcelona and Real Madrid, this is their show start to finish. Huge talking point over the weekend, Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. Real Madrid got the win, 1-3-2, but also got a red card. It was a physical matchup. That was the highlight of the weekend. Villarreal beat Real Sociedad 3-1. Elche beat Mallorca 2-1. Espanyol beat Getafe. Getafe beat Espanyol 2-1. Levante beat Oviedo 4-2. Osasuna beat Girona 1-0. Valencia beat Sevilla 2-0. Barcelona survived against Rayo Vallecano 1-0. Alaves beat Celta Vigo 4-3. That is, I think, the Celta Vigo and Alaves, that match is fun. That 7-goal affair is fun. The Madrid derby is also one I think you should go out of your way to watch. Athletic Club Bilbao beat Real Betis 2-1 to round out match day 29 in La Liga. Standings as they sit right now in La Liga: Barcelona top of the board, 73 points ahead of Real Madrid. Villarreal is sitting in third ahead of Atletico Madrid. The top 4 Champions League places, they're in the league, not really under threat. Real Betis sitting 13 points away. They're in 5th right now. Celta Vigo with 41 points in the last European place. That'd go to the Conference League. Real Sociedad, Getafe, Athletic Club Bilbao, Osasuna, Espanyol, Valencia, Girona, Vallecano, Sevilla, Alaves, and Elche are in between in between European places and the relegation zone. Bottom 3 automatically relegated, which is Mallorca, Levante, and Oviedo at the moment in La Liga. And they also have a lot of games left to play. They have 9 games to play still. Kylian Mbappe currently leads the Golden Boot. No surprise to anybody. The fact that Mallorca also has a player in contention for the Golden Boot and they are 18th, not a good look. Over in League One, we're just kind of going to roll through all of the major leagues in Europe, and then we'll kind of end things off here. League One, you've got match day 27 in the books. They've also got 6 games left to play, just like they do in Germany. Lille beat Angers 5-1. Toulouse beat Lorient 1-0. Angers beat Brest 3-0. PSG absolutely beat the tar out of Nice 4-0. Lyon lost to Monaco 2-1. Rennes beat Metz. Rennes and Metz ended up drawing 0-0. Paris beat Le Havre 3-2. Lille beat Marseille 2-1. Strasbourg beat Nantes 3-2. EP. PSG leads the way over Lens, Marseille, Lyon, and Lille right now. That's your top 5. Lyon is not eligible for Champions League, though. So it ends up going down to Lille and Monaco. And then Nantes and Metz are currently in the relegation spot at the moment, and it's not particularly close in Ligue 1. In Serie A, also not really particularly close. The haves and have-nots, they have completed 30 match days, so they've got 8 games left to go. Napoli beat Cagliari 1-0. Udinese beat Genoa 2-0. A lot of away teams winning this weekend. Cremonese beat Parma 2-0. Milan won at home against Torino 3-2. Juventus and Sassuolo 1-1 draw there for Juventus. Como won at home against Pisa. They beat them 5-0. Atalanta beat Verona 1-0. Lazio beat Bologna 2-0. Roma beat Lecce 1-0. And Fiorentina and Inter Milan drew 1-1. Inter Milan, despite drawing against Fiorentina, who are one of the worst teams in the league, still top of the board. Fiorentina have slowly crawled themselves out of the relegation. They were 19th about a month ago. That was when their owner, Rocco Commisso, passed away. They have since found a little bit of fire to win some games. They are now 16th in the league. Inter Milan, with that draw, still top of the board by 6 points over AC Milan. Napoli and Como round out the Champions League places in Serie A. Juventus in 5th. They'd be in the Europa League place if the league ended today, and that'd be on goal difference. They are ahead of Roma. 23 goals. The goal difference is 23 for Juventus. For 17, it's 17 for Roma in the Conference League spot in 6th. Atalanta would miss out right now. Atalanta 7th, and then it's Lazio, Bologna, Sassuolo, Udinese, Parma, Genoa, Torino, Cagliari, Fiorentina, Cremonese, and the in-between. Your relegation places right now would be Lecce, Verona, and Pisa. Verona and Pisa look pretty set for relegation. They are 9 points away from Lecce. Lecce, Cremonese, and Fiorentina, and Cagliari to a degree, all fighting to stay out of the relegation zone at this point. And then Champions League. Holy crap. Well, this is hopefully the last thing I got to talk about in today's episode. That has gone way too long. So let's look to see how this goes. So we're down to the quarterfinals in the UEFA Champions League. it'll be Real Madrid taking on Bayern Munich. That's going to be a fun tie to see how that plays out. Sporting Club Portugal versus Arsenal. Barcelona versus Atletico Madrid. That's an unlucky draw for Barcelona and Atletico Madrid to play each other again. And PSG will have a pretty easy go beating the crap out of Liverpool. It is home and away, so there's 2 legs there. So keep an eye on that. They are midweek games, and that'll be after Easter. And then obviously we'll get down to the Final Four and then the final in the Champions League. But holy crap, a lot to talk about in about 5 hours. So I'm glad you all tuned in. Let us know what you think. Obviously, hopefully, we don't have nearly as much to talk about next week, but a large 5-hour podcast here on behalf of Eli, who's been with us the entire time, Nick Pressey as well, Blake Henderson. I appreciate him jumping in and venting about the Braves as well. Give us a little bit of content in the meantime. A lot of stuff to come up with as well. We hope you join us across the board. We have Beyond the Driver's Seat coming up tomorrow with Christina Ryan. A lot of announcements on Patreon tomorrow as well. So the QR code on your screen, if you're watching on YouTube, will help get you where you need to be. But I appreciate you all. Stay safe and stay healthy. We'll see you again tomorrow. But until next time, take care.